Madam Clerk, are you ready? Is it good to get going? Great. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Again, I just wanted to start our council meeting with a territorial acknowledgement. We would like to begin by acknowledging that the land on which we gather, land on which we are broadcasting from today, is the land traditionally cared for by the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe, and Neutral people. We also acknowledge the enduring presence and deep traditional knowledge and philosophies of the Indigenous people with whom we share the land today. At this council meeting, we pause to think about the needs of our community. May we show wisdom and compassion in all of our decisions. Council, disclosure of pecuniary interest in the general nature thereof. Seeing none. Approval of minutes from the January 23rd, 2023 council meeting. Do I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Rowe, seconded by Councillor Hanmer. All in favor? That is carried unanimously. Okay, as we enter into budget day, I'd like to turn the mic over to Mayor McCabe with some opening remarks.
Thank you, Chair Friedman, and welcome everyone to Budget Day 2023. And thank you. I wanted to start off by thanking Councillor Freeman for agreeing to be the budget chair when we discussed that back in November. Your experience on council and your knowledge of our entire community is very evident, and I would say I can speak on behalf of our council and staff to say you have our confidence in this role, so thank you. And I also just want to congratulate and thank our Commissioner, Philippa Reynolds, who is our relatively new commissioner. This is her first time in that position, leading us through the budget process. So thank you as well. And just a small note that I think this is only the second time in the city's history that the budget process has been led by an all-female team, so with the commissioner, the chair, and the mayor. So I think that's always noteworthy. But specifically to the budget, just a reminder that the one-year budget is the first of many significant decisions we are going to make over our term. And this budget reflects the priorities of our organization and our community throughout the year, and it continues the positive momentum of the city's strategic plan that's currently in place. However, needless to say, a great deal has changed since the past council approved the three-year budget in 2020. We have all lived through a pandemic, which has impacted more aspects of our community and society than we could have ever imagined. It has had far-reaching mental, social, physical, and financial impacts. And we all continue to feel these, both individuals, families, nonprofits, organizations, businesses, the education sector, and governments as well. And in addition to that, for the first time in many, many years, we are experiencing high and rising interest rates, which impacts individuals and organizations like the city. And as we all know, inflation is the highest that we've been experiencing in decades, not months or years, but in decades. And at the same time, the demand for city services and programs remains high. And providing programs and services to residents is the very reason that municipalities exist. Council and staff are here to serve the community and to make sure the City of Waterloo remains one of the best communities in which to live, play, learn, and work. As I said during the campaign and since being elected, we live in a special place, and the City of Waterloo has great potential to solve challenging problems. Today's budget decisions and the ongoing strategic planning decisions recognize this potential, and we will continue to explore ways within City Hall and with our community and community partners to capitalize on this potential. However, we are all very aware that as good as life is for many in Waterloo, some people face challenges. And understanding this, staff have already done a great deal of work to gather information from across our entire community to help us better understand our community's priorities, challenges, and to provide a draft budget and recommendations that reflect both. So by approving and setting a budget for 2023, we will be able to continue to provide our community with many important core services that we rely on every day. And these are important services like clean drinking water, parks and recreation services, fire protection, critical infrastructure, support for people who are unhoused, and support for small, medium, and large businesses. And lower tier municipalities like the City of Waterloo, it is worth noting, do this with only 3 cents of every tax dollar spent. So I think it's a pretty good bargain what we provide. But it is through the budgeting process and the ongoing strategic planning process that together with community partners, we continue to work to design our city for the future. Keeping the climate crisis at the forefront of our decision-making means that we must continue to build a community that is more accessible by walking, rolling, cycling, and transit, a community and buildings that use less energy and produce less carbon, a community that addresses the needs of our neighbors experiencing housing and affordability challenges, homelessness and affordability challenges, and a community that builds more affordable and attainable housing for people of all ages, stages, abilities, and income levels. We cannot address all of these issues through a one-year budget. These are complex and complicated challenges. However, we are all committed to working with our community, particularly with people whose voices are traditionally not heard nor respected, to make the best decisions we can for all. I would like to thank every resident and organization who took the time to appear as a delegate, who emailed, who called, spoke to me directly, to councillors or to staff in the lead up to today. And while you may not agree 100% with the decisions that council will make, please know that the information you provided is important, we listened, and that collectively we're making decisions that we believe are in the best interest of our entire community. Today we approve our one-year budget, but we don't stop there. We've already launched our strategic planning process. This is a very important community-informed process that will guide council and staff's decision about major investments, infrastructure and services, and which will help us maintain a community-centered approach to how we operate. So I ask you to all please get involved. Our next consultation in person will be February 23rd. And you can find out more at engagewr.ca or on our website. So please stay informed through our online engagement platforms, our website, follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and other socials. And again, just before I turn things back to Councillor Freeman, I'd just like to thank again our Chief Financial Officer, Philippa Reynolds, and her team, and of course, Councillor Freeman, and all of our staff and council for the hard work that has already gone into this budget. So thank you very much. And over to you, Councillor Freeman. Chair Freeman.
Thank you. And I'm going to turn it over to Philippa for some introductory remarks as well, our Commissioner and Corporate Services and Chief Financial Officer.
That's a lot to say. Thank you so much, Mayor McCabe and Chair Freeman. I don't have a formal presentation for you today. I know you're upset about that. I'm kidding. But I do have just a few words to say. But first, I do want to play a video, a short slideshow presentation, actually, that you may have seen over our social media channels in terms of the images over the past few weeks that our talented communications team has developed. And I'd like to start with that and play that for you. And I'm just looking at, I'm going to close this. I think I'm going to. Okay, just a moment. There is audio that goes along with this. Think of your favorite song and imagine it as you're watching. You don't want me to hum. But if I can, while the images are going through, this is really a look back at so many wonderful things in our community in 2022, as well as a look forward to 2023. Thank you, Julie. So hopefully you had a little thought as you were going through there about some of the things that have touched you personally in your own words and your constituents have been saying to you. And as they say, a picture conveys 1,000 words. And I think that seeing all those amazing initiatives and programs in our community evokes emotions that are different for everyone. And it really depends on the stage of life that someone is in, on what they need, and on what matters to them. The budget, as you know, can get marred in numbers, tables, and graphs. And what matters is that budget is a tool for delivering all of those great things, all those real things that touch people's lives every day. And to that end, we're proposing a one-year operating and capital budget for council's approval that would see property tax increases by a total of 5.35%. This equates to about $75 of an annual increase to the average household, which will allow us to continue to build a strong and sustainable community together. The budget looks to make strides in all aspects of the current strategic plan. And balancing the challenging financial times that Mayor McCabe noted as well that citizens face is of the utmost importance. And so staff have also identified $1.3 million of efficiencies and improvements to help reduce the tax impact. This approach of continuous improvement is an integral part of city operations, resulting in $10 million of efficiencies, savings, revenue opportunities, and improvements over the past 10 years combined. As council will recall, when we were here on December 12th, we released and presented the proposed budget to you. And since that time, we've had 4 more budget-related council meetings, with today being the 5th. We conducted a statistically reliable municipal satisfaction assessment telephone survey and included 3 budget-related questions in that survey, the results of which were discussed in chambers on January 30th. Staff also hosted the city's first hybrid public engagement session on budget on January the 10th to receive input and exchange dialogue with citizens about the budget. And again, the comments received there were also shared with council on January the 30th. We've made necessary and important strides in expanding opportunities for everyone to participate in the budget process through more accessible budget documents on our website, providing the in-person or virtual forum for discussion with the public, along with selecting a physical site for those who were attending in person, being mindful of accessibility and transportation to that site, and providing daycare and offering reimbursement for public transportation. I would like to take a moment also to thank some folks involved in this process along the way. The Budget Committee members, of course, Brad Witzel and the entire financial planning team, Tony Ivaroni and the communications team, and quite literally, every division's leadership and staff at many levels, all of whom have been critical to assembling the many ideas and information that you have received and for your deliberation. We hope to support you today with any questions that you may have so that you can make an informed decision. And I now turn it back to you, Chair Freeman. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Philippa. So, Council, finding the right balance between keeping tax rates reasonable and affordable while continuing to meet the needs of a growing city, one in which the demand for programs and services is also increasing, is very difficult. As the Mayor said, this year there are a number of external factors that make the budget even more challenging. Yet I'm encouraged that staff have brought forth a draft budget that has a property tax increase that is below the current rate of inflation. This was no easy task, as the city's expenses are subject to inflationary pressures in the same way as they impact citizens and other organizations. Over the years, we have kept our tax increases competitive with other municipalities by finding efficiencies, such as reorganizing how we work, energy conservation measures, and a stringent budget process that requires us to scrutinize expenses and revenues, looking for continual efficiency. The proposed operating budget includes a $1.3 million in efficiencies, cost savings, and other revenue solutions. The budget proposes an average annual tax property rate increase of 3.9% for base services and operating impacts of capital, along with an average annual increase of 1.45% for service level changes and additional infrastructure investment, for an overall proposed increase of 5.35%. The proposed capital budget includes $98.6 million capital investment in 2023. As well, staff are providing a capital forecast for 2024 to 2032 with a value of $750.7 million. The 9-year capital forecast provides the necessary long-term planning for the city's $3.4 billion of assets. The proposed net operating budget is $92.5 million for 2023. The city's operating budget supports many important services and projects throughout the city, including snow removal, clean drinking water, stormwater management, fire protection, bylaw enforcement, road, sidewalk, and bike lane maintenance and repairs, parks and trails, recreation, culture and leisure services, and youth and older adult programming. The 2023 operating budget includes an increased investment of $7.6 million towards the city's strategic priority areas. These commitments are funded by a combination of tax base and enterprise funding. Investments include new staff positions and important roles that respond to the increased complexity of planning applications and shortened timelines, and roles that support traffic calming and winter operations. And funding for our Indigenous initiatives, anti-racism, accessibility, and equity strategic implementation program to build community support to address accessibility, equity, and Indigenous reconciliation. This work involves extensive engagement of equity-deserving groups. These are only a few highlights of what is in the proposed operating budget. The capital budget covers the cost of buying new assets or fixing existing ones. Key capital and budget investments for 2023 include affordable housing, arts and culture, sustainability and climate change, active transportation, diversity, equity and inclusion, and key infrastructure rehabilitation, including roads, roofs, fleet and equipment, parks, and technology. As currently proposed, the average homeowner in Waterloo will pay approximately $1,477 annually by 2023. This represents an increase to an average household of approximately $75 per year in property taxes. We are also in the process of developing the strategic plan for 2023 to 2026 term of council. Staff is collecting input from interested residents, businesses, educators, and investors associated with the development of the plan. The input will help to inform our council priorities and where the community is recommending that tax dollars be spent. Our next budget, covering 2024 to 2026, will be prepared to execute on that new strategic plan. Multi-year budgeting is highly efficient given the tremendous effort involved in budgeting, and it allows for longer-term operational planning while still providing flexibility to address the changing world we operate in. Before we move into the meeting today, I would like to present a short summary of the process for the day. The agenda has operating budget requests grouped together by budget category and type. This ensures clarity related to what council is approving and allows for efficient decision-making. I will see if any member of council wishes to consider an item within a section individually, and if not, we will vote on the section together as an entire item, if that makes sense. As an example, on page 5 of the agenda under section 9C, base budget requests efficiencies, there are 2 items grouped together as items 1 and 2. Excuse me. Unless council wishes to vote on those items separately, I will call the vote on that section as a group. Another section to highlight is the 2023 budget menu list, other changes, on page 13 of the agenda. From the proposed menu list, council may consider advancing any of the noted pressures that fall outside the proposed budget. Alternatively, council can activate reductions or revenue opportunities put forward by staff for council consideration. Staff have ranked these items to assist in the review. However, council may choose their own order of preference. If you wish to have council consider any pressure on the menu list M1 to 10 or reduction opportunities M11 to 15, please just note the item or items you wish to consider when we get to that point on the agenda. Once on the floor, you can speak to the item and we will call a vote on that item. The budget day file is also set up to add any other items that council wishes to bring forward for consideration. The budget day file that staff will display has the agenda groupings displayed, and each section is clearly noted for ease of review. We will take a break during the meeting as needed in the afternoon, and I'm just letting you know that I'm targeting a 3 o'clock break for about 15 minutes, but I will look to a natural break in the agenda to facilitate that. If council is seeking more complex changes to the budget, I might call for a brief recess to allow staff to update the budget, or if changes cannot be addressed today, we will approve the other items and direct staff to report back at a later date. In closing, I would like to thank our staff for their commitment to working with this council in delivering excellent services to the residents of Waterloo, and thank our council for their contribution and long hours of focus on this most important aspect of our job. Like Philippa, I'd like to thank the Budget Committee and the various staff throughout the organization, as well as the community for their contribution to this operating and capital budget process over the past 2 months. Thank you. And with that, I must delve into a little bit of memory lane and say that it's now time to have some fun with the numbers, which Mr. Dai, when he was finance chair way long time ago, said FUN stands for finally understanding the numbers. And so off to have some fun. And we will be starting with staff report 8A, regulations 28409, budget expense exclusions. There are 2 recommendations here. I'm looking for either a mover and a seconder to advance this, or if there's discussion that needs to happen. Seeing none, moved by Councillor Bodley, seconded by Councillor Wright. All in favor? Is that, Mayor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. On to operating budget requests. This is an in-camera item. We'll look to staff to provide a number with us for consideration at this time.
Through you, Chair Freeman, the number is $2,954,026, and we can bring the budget day file up on screen for your consideration.
I'm just going to give staff a chance to add that number in so we're clear what we're voting on. There it is. $2,954,026. Do I have a mover for that item? Moved by Councillor Hanmer, seconded by Councillor Vasek. Is there any additional discussion on this item? Seeing none, all in favor? Mayor? That's carried unanimously. Sorry, do you need a minute? No. Okay. All right, thank you. Now we're on to operating budget and capital budget for projects with operating impacts. So the first is tax base and their base budget requests. So these requests include adjustments to maintain current service levels, adjustments to existing fee volumes, regular fee increases, as well as efficiencies. So item B, base budget request funding, there are 8 requests that fall under item B. Looking to council, is there any of these 8 requests that you would like to pull out and discuss further? Seeing none. May I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Bodley, seconded by Councillor Roach. All in favor? That is carried unanimously. So the next is item B8, payment in lieu of revenue. There are 2 requests that fall under this, under efficiencies. So item B9 and 10. Does anyone want to pull either of those requests? Seeing none, may I have a mover? Moved by Mayor McCabe, seconded by Councillor Hanmer. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. So we're on to base budget requests that are committed. Now, I understand that the mayor would like to speak to item number 11. Now, my understanding is that she doesn't want to impact the funding, but is looking to bring forth some commentary and some direction. So my recommendation is, council, if it makes sense, I'd like to turn that over to Mayor McCabe to bring forth a potential motion on staff direction. Once that's done, then we'll address these base budget requests, hopefully as the 11 requests together in one, unless there's a change. So with that being said, I'll turn that over to you, Mayor McCabe.
Thank you very much, Chair Freeman, and through you, what I wanted to bring into this discussion is about the sidewalk snow clearing that we've had a number of delegates and conversations about in these chambers and also in the community, and you know, personally, as someone who is a transit user myself, I've certainly seen where there's challenges with, you know, removal, not just, but that where that's fully the responsibility of the city, but also in combination with the region. So, and certainly, I think myself and others during the campaign had made some commitments to exploring the city's ability to phase in some type of sidewalk snow clearing. So, and I think the delegations who were here, in my opinion, made some really valid points around why it's time again for us to look at it. I know we've looked at it a few times in the past. One of the things that really jumped out at me was, I think it was Daisy Arsenault who said, our region has made such a significant investment in the LRT, the ION, that it really makes sense for us to do at the local level, but certainly at the regional level, as much what we can to ensure that as much as possible, residents are using and have access to the realigned bus routes, trails, and bike lanes that have been being built, and also to improve accessibility to the LRT. So with things like that in mind, and I do recognize that staff have been. From 5 years ago, there was 159 kilometers of sidewalk and trails that were cleared. We're up to 170 kilometers of sidewalks and trails cleared now. We have 600 kilometers of sidewalks. I'm not suggesting that we look at anything at this point to say that we would look at clearing the entire network, but I think it's important to look at where we can prioritize some clearing. So with council's support, I would like to direct staff to report back, the motions in front of you there, to report back prior to June 23rd. Do you want me to read the entire motion? So people, or?
It's on the screen.
It's on the screen.
I think that's probably sufficient.
Okay,
And I'm looking to the clerk's department from a recording perspective. Is it
Do you need
helpful
me to
if
read
it's
the
read
whole
out?
thing?
Randy, could you switch to the presentation, the podium PC, please? For the live stream, thanks.
And so
And I
it's
guess-
direction.
Yeah, it's direction. And I would note, as you did before I started speaking to this, that this isn't to impact this year's budget. This would be for staff to bring this back, like by June, so we can discuss this. So we would look to, if it's council's direction at that time, to make some improvements or rework this program. It could potentially have financial impacts in the 3-year budget process, but not today's budget. So, so I don't know if so that's my take on it. I think it's important. I think it's time we look at this, and open though to other conversation or other questions or comments that the rest of council has. Thank you.
That's great. So I trust that you're putting that direction on the floor. Would you like it read out for, okay. So
Okay.
we're just gonna read this so that it's part of this transcript for folks listening. So
Okay. Do you
please,
want? Okay.
You go ahead.
So winter control, that council directs staff to review and report back prior to June 2023 on possible sidewalk snow clearing improvements for consideration as part of the 2024-2026 budget process. Considerations to be reviewed will align with the city's current hybrid model where the city and the adjacent property owner clear snow from sidewalks. The focus will be on a review of sidewalk clearing at key nodes and corridors, taking into consideration accessibility needs, proximity, and connectivity to public transit, schools, hospitals, health services, and other essential facilities in alignment with active transportation and transit routes. An environmental scan of other similar communities and public engagement will inform options along with regional responsibilities and the current road maintenance agreement. Opportunities for improvement may include snow clearing at intersection corners along curb-faced sidewalks, enhanced compliance, enhanced support and volunteer services, and improved communications with a potential phased-in implementation as part of the upcoming 3-year budget process. So that's the motion. Happy to move that.
And do I have a second for that direction, Councillor Vasek? Did anyone want to have any commentary on that? Councillor Bodley?
Question, actually, if I may ask a question.
Yeah.
Thank you, through you, Chair Freeman. I note on the motion here that there's commentary around public engagement here, and I'm wondering if maybe staff could speak to how they intend to do that, what that might look like, and provide some feedback there.
I can take that through the chair to Councillor Bodley. Yes, we see engagement through use of our Engage survey platform, but also as recently council approved updates to committees of council. So we'll tap into those committees too and have conversation with them, and touch down with some of the delegations that connected with us as well in the last couple of weeks.
Thank you.
A follow-up, if I may.
Yep.
So I would just add, like, as council, we get lots of complaints and commentary from our constituents on this. And I'm sure I don't want to get into the discussion or conversation necessarily today. It doesn't seem like the appropriate time, but I think there would be value in hosting a council engagement session on this in advance of it coming back to us so that we can highlight some of the specific concerns that residents have brought forward with respect to this topic, and to provide some, maybe, I don't want to say advanced direction about what we would like to see, but at least to highlight some things that we would like to see addressed in any report that comes back to council. Again, I don't think it's necessary to get into that today, but I do think there would be great value in that if the mayor is amenable to some comment about council engagement here.
Yeah, so do you, as that's a friendly amendment, I'm happy to take that, but do you mean like for us to sit around as part of the strategic planning process, or how would you sort of envision that occurring?
Sure. As part of the strategic planning process, perhaps, or just a council engagement. We have often had council engagement sessions on topics in the past where staff are bringing forward sort of, even if it's a high level, if staff have got sort of a high level, this is what we're thinking. Is council aligned with where we're headed on this, or does council have any specific things that we're missing or points that they would like to make? Yeah, I just think council engagement on this in advance of receiving a report and then having to vote on it at the time that a report is received would be valuable, in my opinion.
So I don't want to build
Sure.
Yeah.
But if that's a friendly amendment.
I don't even think it's an amendment. It's
okay.
just direction to staff, and staff have heard the commentary, and I think they can probably take that away.
Sure. That's fine.
If that makes sense. Councillor Hanmer, I know that you had your hand up.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Freeman, and I think my comment or question is to our acting CAO or commissioner. I appreciate that in the motion we've got an environmental scan of similar communities in the public engagement, which is great. I always want to make sure that we're thinking forward, though, because there may be issues or challenges with the communities that you're looking at. So does the direction we're providing give you enough leeway to be innovative and future focused on how we might address this issue as a city?
Through the chair to Councillor Hamner, yes, I believe there's enough innovation with this motion.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor of this direction? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. With that, we're going to move on to base budget requests committed. There are 11 requests under this item. I'm just going to give staff an opportunity to bring us to where we are here. Do you want to pull one item to ask a question? Okay, so you'll just ask a question, then you're still comfortable voting on all of them together?
Just a question
Yeah,
for you.
no problem.
I'm just wondering if you could go a little bit slower between when we have a chance to review, because we've had opportunity to chat, ask some questions of staff in advance, but just in case anything kind of.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you for that. Yeah. So what you have before us, items B11 through 19, items 1 through 11, I should say. And they're B11 through 22. They are on the screen before you. So is there any items there that council have questions on or would like to pull? Councillor Vasek.
Thanks through you, Chair Freeman. My question is about B11, and just given this item as well as, I forget the number of the item, but about the Carnegie Library as well, and it having been a big ticket item in the last council term, I'm just looking for some clarification and confidence from staff that we're kind of looking at this in light of having invested a lot last council term and wanting to move ahead in a way that kind of gets us moving with the Carnegie Library rather than just continuing to put money into it. A very important piece of our heritage and the landscape in Uptown, but I just want to have also the financial understanding of it along with the plans as well.
Sure. Thank you. And who would like to take that one? Is it Justin or, Philippa and Brad?
Brad, yes.
Through you, Chair Freeman, and Justin may add if he wishes. So item B11 is in regards to the operating lease revenue in relation to Carnegie Library. So as part of the 3-year budget process, we had built in some lease revenue on that facility. But that would be in regards to kind of a market lease. And we have received some direction from council that to provide the opportunity to explore not-for-profits and other sectors in there. The recommendation is to remove that lease revenue from the operating budget. So this is purely on the ongoing lease revenue side. And the capital funding was released as part of the 3-year budget. There is a little bit of additional capital dollars put forward for 2023. But what we're recommending here is the removal of the ongoing lease revenue to provide maximum flexibility in what tenant may go in there in the future.
Okay, thank you. Is Justin here? I can't. Okay. And just, I appreciate that about this item specifically, but in the context of Carnegie kind of overall, would you be able to speak a little bit to, sorry, I have to speak into here. I'm going to pretend you're there. Would you be able to speak into about sort of if you're feeling confident that plans are moving forward potentially, or you have a good work plan, or, oh, there you are, great. So that we can make some Carnegie decisions with confidence, or should we be thinking through that with some more hesitation?
Through you, to Councillor Bazik. So it's an interesting question you ask. There is a lot of ongoing work with respect to Carnegie. We've been having some discussions. There was a process that we undertook, and we will be coming back to council with some further recommendations on that in the coming couple of months.
Okay, that's great. Sounds like soon, so thank you.
Thank you. Was there any of these other budget categories that anyone had a question on? Councillor Wright?
Through you, Chair, I'm just wondering if someone can speak to the Waterloo Region Municipal Insurance Pool levy increase. I just want to get an idea of the norms around that levy increase and whether there's any expectation of rocky roads ahead. Thank you.
I can see that Mr. Hettinga is ready to answer that question.
Thank you for that question. Through you, Chair Freeman, to Councillor Roth. The increase is, as you may know, we are self-insured up to about 500,000. So the increase is related to the levy that takes into account our reinsurance of coverage over 500,000. We are going into our discussions, I think, in May on our next cycle. We're seeing evidence that the insurance industry is continuing to increase fees, but I think we'll be looking at for our next cycle is potentially increasing our self-insurance coverage to a number beyond 500,000 to ensure that we are not continually increasing our external insurance coverage.
Thank you for that.
Any other questions, Council? Mayor McCabe?
Thanks. I have a question / curiosity about the amount that's being recommended for the KW Humane Society, because I'm just given it's a small amount, the increase, but just given the we hear about there was all these people that got pandemic puppies who are now giving them up, and I think there was an article on the news just on the weekend about just how challenging that is right now, and so I'm just wondering if they're feeling that impact, or if you could speak to that at all.
So we can see Ms. Papke is here. Nicole, go ahead, please.
Through you, Chair Freeman, to Mayor McCabe. It's just the nominal, it's the increase for the contract, like a percentage just to increase for what the service they provide for us in terms of enforcement and response to animal control calls.
No, I understand that. We're in a tough budget, but I'm just actually wondering, given the amount of, like, again, people that got puppies during the pandemic there seems to be a significant amount who are giving them up. If this actually fully covers, like, the challenges that the KW Humane Society are facing.
Yeah, I don't believe this amount would. This amount would simply be for the contract that the city has related to animal control enforcement. So I think they are doing ongoing fundraising as well for their needs in terms of the shelter.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, council? Seeing none, is there someone that's interested to move these 11 requests together? Councillor Vasek, seconded by Councillor Bodley. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. We are now looking at base budget requests recommended. There are 8 items under this piece, and staff will bring them up here. So they're listed as items B26 through to B37. Does anyone have any questions on any of these base budget requests? Seeing none? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we could have a bit more of an explanation on the traffic technicians positions that are recommended here, and what I know we can't be maybe exact on what their roles would be, but why they're being recommended. I'm not sure where I should be looking.
Yeah.
Why they're being recommended, what kind of roles or gaps they're intended to fill. Thank you.
Yeah, I see Bob Henderson is here, our Director of Transportation. Welcome, Bob.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Through you, Chair Freeman, to Mayor McCabe. The traffic technician position, speaking to item B36, that position is being requested mainly to support our Vision Zero program and our expanding program in terms of development reviews and site reviews. So that position will be responsible for educating on Vision Zero program, introducing new road safety initiatives that would support the road safety program as well in Vision Zero.
Could you just provide a quick explanation of Vision Zero, if you don't mind? Thanks.
Sure. Vision Zero is a program that is essentially it boils down to a road safety program that is intended to reduce injuries and deaths on our roadways. So it involves the 3 E's initiative: engineering, enforcement, and education. So our group would be responsible for the engineering and education components of that program.
So this could be, thank you for that. That's helpful. So these positions would be potentially building, adding more signage, looking at places where there's particular challenges with, speeding or collisions or particularly of pedestrians or people who are not in vehicles, and maybe looking at places particularly where drivers can be slowed.
Through you, Chair Freeman, to Mayor McCabe, all of the above. It's meant to reduce speed. So our traffic calming program falls under the umbrella of the road safety Vision Zero program. So there'll be traffic calming initiatives involved in that. So, yeah.
Great, thank you. Just a quick comment. Certainly speeding, for me as a regional councillor and as a mayor, speeding and incidences with, roundabouts or collisions with cyclists or people who are walking. I just constantly hear about it. It's like I think it's been the number one issue for, dating back to probably maybe since cars were invented. I don't know, but it's been certainly the number one issue for many, many years. So I think, personally, I think these are important positions, and the work they'll do will hopefully increase the safety with which people feel, particularly pedestrians feel, and those rolling in our community feel, accessing wherever they want to go across our community. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. Councillor Bodley, also for Mr. Henderson.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Chair Freeman. Can you maybe just, since Mayor McCabe brought it up, I was going to let it go, but she brought it up. So can you maybe speak to how these operating positions are connected to what I alluded to last week during our capital budget discussions, how there's the increases in PXOs and in traffic calming and in traffic studies. Can you speak to how important these positions are to accelerating some of the capital projects that are being proposed from a traffic calming perspective and a Vision Zero perspective?
So these through you, Chair Freeman, to Councillor Bodley, these positions are integral to supporting our capital program and reviewing areas of needs that might need PXOs, other traffic calming initiatives. Specifically talking to the QP traffic positions, those positions are integral to having the ability to actually install the infrastructure that our engineering group is requesting. Those two positions also support our winter operations in terms of snow plowing. So we need those positions in terms of filling the trucks because, at times if we have a significant snowstorm, we can actually have issues filling those trucks with our staff. So those positions would certainly support that program as well. But all in all, these positions are really supporting our road safety and Vision Zero program.
Thank you. If I could, just before you speak, Councillor Wright, can I encourage council not to use acronyms and staff not to use acronyms, please? Like it's hard enough. We know what they are, but a pedestrian crossover is also known as a PXO. And if we could try, especially recognizing that there's others listening to this that may not have the same technical expertise that we have in this room. Councillor Wright?
Thank you for that comment, Chair. It was also on my mind. This question is not for you, Mr. Henderson. Through you, Chair, I'd just like to comment on B35, which is the Senior Development Planner Intensification Specialist. And I'm curious whether this position is as a result of some of the recent changes to provincial legislation, and whether staff might speak to that briefly. Thank you.
I think Mr. Cotter is making his way to the podium to answer this question. Welcome, Joel.
Thank you, Chair Freeman, through to the councillor. The position is actually advanced as a result of Bill 109, earlier legislation. Certainly with Bill 23, there will be additional pressures being applied to the entire development program within IPPW and corporate services, legal services, for example. So this position was originally requested in response to Bill 109, not Bill 23.
And maybe you can just unpack just the aspects of Bill 109, please, that drives this requirement, meaning how it downloads a service from the province to us.
Sure. Through you to yourself, Councillor Freeman. The Bill 109 framework really pushes towards faster approvals. That's the framework in terms of tighter timeframes that bill really pushed forward on in terms of planning applications. So for us, because the City of Waterloo primarily looks at its growth through intensification, so inward and upward development, processing those intensification projects in tight timelines is often difficult while trying to include meaningful engagement. So the purpose of the position is to really add to staff's complement to allow us to try and keep pace with the amount of infill applications that we're seeing in the community.
Thank you. Follow-up, Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much, Chair. Through you. The timing for Bill 109 is very recent, though, still, too, right? Like it was 2022 that this change came into play?
That's correct.
Okay. And then the second comment I was just going to make is when we can't get through applications quick enough, can you just comment on what happens?
Through you, Chair Freeman, to the councillor. With respect to the current legislative framework, right now, There's no financial penalty. Essentially, what Bill 109 imposed is a financial penalty to municipalities if they don't process applications within a specified time period. But that implementation timeframe has been deferred by the province until mid-2023, at which time it will take effect. So at this point in time, there's no financial penalty, but we are basically have been given notice by the province that we have to adjust our practices and our staffing complement to respond to applications in a faster manner, which is the basis for the request before council.
Councillor Rowe. Not for Joel. Joel's getting a reprieve. Thank you, Mr. Cotter. Can you identify which budget number you're speaking to?
Yes, through you, Chair. I'm looking at B26, and I'm looking to ask staff if they could expand a little bit on the Director of Strategic Initiatives role and what the desired outcomes are for the city.
Sure. I think that Mr. Dykstra is going to take this on behalf of the CAO.
Yeah, through the chair to the councillor. So a number of areas there within that strategic role. Of course, strategic planning, the initiatives that are before council too, that set the guidance for what we hear from residents, where the community is going, and receiving that and then putting that into action. So as those pillars get firmed up, the responsibility for that director will be to move those forward in a manner that supports the work of the city and within staff. Also, other initiatives within that role, climate action, looking at that at a regional level, a local level here, supporting our sustainability team and really, first steps or onward steps towards our 2030 target and supporting that. So those are a couple of key areas where they're supporting those key initiatives.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Bodley.
Sorry, didn't see you there, Mayor. I have a question about B33. And so my understanding of this is that it appears to be sort of a cost containment measure this year, just in 2023, to look at lowering our tax increases at the expense of new capital projects only. And I'm wondering if we could elaborate a little bit on that. It seems to be a prudent decision here, but if we could elaborate a little bit of that and maybe provide some feedback, if possible, about the types of capital projects that may have been impacted by this decision.
And I think Philippa is going to take that question.
Thank you, Chair Freeman, through you to Councillor Bodley. Thank you for your question. Good question. So you're right. This was a cost containment measure that staff deliberated on quite carefully through the budget process. One of the I would say, recommendations that we're making that is to balance those needs in the budget. And this is one of those pieces that we speak of in terms of trying to make sure we're balancing the financial impacts to taxpayers as well as, addressing the needs in the strategic plan. So one of the key impacts, of course, is through policy. We provide an annual inflationary increase to our capital reserve fund and our capital infrastructure reinvestment reserve fund. And those things you'll see as well in the budget. And by policy in doing that, for CRF, which is the capital reserve fund, with inflation as high as it was, that particular increase was quite significant, more so certainly than we've seen in previous years. In addition, as Council has been supporting for several years now, we wanted to make sure that we're still balancing that with making sure we're making headway on the capital infrastructure reinvestment reserve fund and making sure that we're still putting those financial resources there to deal with our infrastructure deficit. And so when we were looking at CRF, which is, as you indicated, Councillor Bodley, for new, we looked at the 10-year program and the total dollars that are being forecasted over that 10 years and felt that $500,000 reduction that we're proposing as part of this budget could be integrated within that plan without creating too much difficulty over the 10 years. But certainly this isn't the type of recommendation we'd like to make on a regular basis to council. It's really due to the high inflationary piece that we find ourselves in. And so it's really, I would say, the idea of doing a little bit less, but doing what we are doing well versus cutting ourselves short on many projects. And I will also add, we also looked at Bill 108, so not to be confused with Bill 109, but Bill 108, which was created a reduction or a removal of the 10% statutory deduction for development charge projects. And what that did was free up some CRF dollars, which council has been made privy of in the last few months. We brought this forward to you last fall, but some of you were not on council at that time. So between that piece being a little bit relieved from CRF, higher inflation, and making sure that we're still addressing reinvestment needs on the Capital Infrastructure Reinvestment Fund. This is where this is coming through. And I can't really pinpoint specific projects, if you will, that could be affected by this other than, we look at it over the 10 years. And because our last budget process started in 2020, and ended in 2029, we're now looking at a different 10-year period. We're looking at 2022 to 2023 to 2032. And during that period, projects are, in the outer years are different than they would have been in the last budget. So taking all of those things into account, we feel like we're in a good place for council, but certainly this isn't something we would recommend looking at annually, but to deal with really these different times that we've found ourselves in more recently. I hope that was helpful.
Thank you. Mayor McCabe.
Thank you. Just a couple of comments to go back to item B26,
The strategic initiatives.
Yeah, Director of Strategic Initiatives. Just wanted to comment, or I guess maybe ask Commissioner Dykstra, is part of the need for this position, is that reflective of the additional and ongoing complexities that cities face these days? I mean, the landscape is ever changing. I think you said that the position might deal with like climate change, housing and homelessness, strategic planning. I mean, it just strikes me that what cities deal with and continue to deal with it's far more complex than it was even a few years ago. Is that really part of the driving need for a position like this?
Yeah, through the chair to the mayor. Yeah, definitely. You hit the nail on the head on a number of those points, housing and homelessness. So an issue that's emerged really came forward through the pandemic, and how we respond and support that. That's a key part of this position. There may be a next item too, and that's really relevant to this position as well. Looking at climate change, yes, sustainability, all part in that. Some of these bills come from the province too to support that conversation, and that's a piece moving forward as well, that we need the support from a strong staff team to support council and represent the citizens too, and move forward those critical pieces.
Thank you. Yeah, it's just thinking of what Director Joel Cotter just said with respect to Bill 109, and of course we've got Bill 23 that we're looking at, and then other issues like homelessness and housing and climate change, and sort of no end of complex issues that cities need to consider. So I think it's good to know that we're looking at positions like this that will help make sure that the city is well positioned to manage these issues and to support our residents and our development community. Just thinking of item B35 with the senior development planner intensification specialist. I mean, we as Mr. Cotter said, development applications sometimes can take a while to process, and we certainly want to do what we can, and I think we do as what we can as a council and as staff to move those, to get those approvals through. We know we need housing built. We know we probably need it. We need it quickly. We need it for all types of people and all types of housing. So appreciate seeing that staff recognizing that and adding both of those type of positions in here.
Great. Would you like to move this? I'm looking for a mover for the
You're
base
happy-
budget request, seeing this, you're pretty keen on this one.
Happy to move that, yes.
Was there any other comments on these base budget requests? Okay, second, but by Councillor Rowe. All in favor? And that's approved unanimously. Thank you, staff, for the answers to those questions. It's very helpful because these are important positions and it's good for us to unpack them a bit. We're now moving to operating impacts of capital and growth requests. And item F is, these are committed requests. The first one deals with the Waterloo Public Library funding agreement. Is there any questions or comments on this one, Council? Seeing none, may I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Rowe, seconded by Councillor Wright. Did you want to second that? Yeah. Great. No problem. I'm having so much trouble with my asthma today that I totally understand the need to keep trying to not cough. All in favor, please. And that's carried unanimously. The next item, G, relates to operating impacts of capital and growth. There are two requests here, Council. Item G1 and, no, there's only one request, right? There's only one here, I think. Yeah, sorry, there's only one, item G1. Was there any comments? Did you have a question, Councillor Biley? No? You'd like to? G2, sorry. Yes. Item 1, which is G2. If there's no questions or comments on this, is there a mover? Moved by Councillor Bodley, seconded by Councillor Roach, and all in favor? That is carried unanimously. So the next is service level change requests, and you see here there are two items, S1 and S2. So, and yes, S1 and S2. So was there any questions on either of these two service level increases? Would you like to move that, Councillor Rowe? You had a question.
I don't have a question. I was just wondering if there could just be a little bit of expansion just for discussion about the S1, please.
I think Sanjay is maybe able to speak to that. S1. Welcome, Sanjay.
Thank you. Through you, Councillor Freeman, to answer the question as to expanding what that funding will be involved. As a new team, the team has kind of started to work on a number of initiatives, looking at addressing hate, looking at measuring equity across the organization, but also supporting training and development. So some of this work I know is going to take time, but the idea is to set up some kind of a base. Even during the strategic planning, we've been really looking at how do we hear from voices of communities that have not been part of it. So how do we include some of those voices in all actions the city does across all our work? So this work is meaningfully led by 3 of my staff, an anti-racism and social justice advocate, an accessibility advocate, and an Indigenous initiatives advocate. So it involves working across with municipalities and looking at also building a lot more collaborators within the community.
Thank you so much.
Councillor Hanmer, then Mayor, or is it related to this item?
It is, but on a broader basis.
Okay, maybe I'll let Mayor McCabe follow up first and then come back to you, Councillor Hanmer.
Thanks, through you, Chair Freeman. Thanks, Sanjay. Just wondering if you could explain a little bit more about or unpack what measuring equity might look like. And would you mind maybe just bringing the desk up a little bit? Because it's just a little bit tough to
Yeah,
hear
maybe
you.
speak quite directly
go.
into the microphone
thank
too. I
you.
think we're having troubles hearing you. Yeah.
Through you, Councillor Freeman, to answer the question about measuring equity, one of the pieces that the team is really looking at is across the city, how do we look at all the programs the city is offering, who's accessing some of these programs, how is funding being distributed, and also how do we make people in the community feel belonged? And when they come into our services, what's their experience? So when it comes to measuring equity, it's just looking at both the qualitative experience, but also looking at some hard numbers. How do we disaggregate this data? And then it'll really help inform how do we change some of the things we are currently doing. So the team is looking at having a small internal working group. We have key staff from different parts of the organization part of it, but also work collaboratively with the external partner, a consulting group, to kind of really help measure this in a systematic way. But it's not a one-time measurement. We will be measuring it over time. So we will be able to actually show in an open, transparent, meaningful way as to how is the city performing, where are the gaps, and how do we further improve upon it.
Thank you. I expect that's quite challenging work, because some of it would involve measuring, trying to somehow measure people who aren't participating and trying to glean from those people why they're not. And yeah, I can appreciate that's very challenging work. So does this internal team put together, or is it already established?
We do have a small internal working group that's currently looking at, what are the different pieces we need to even add in an RFP to have a partnership. So once the budget is approved, that's something the team would start working closely with. So having a bit of an external voice with a lot of experience and expertise to guide our internal staff group.
Right. And sorry, if I could, just one other question, just particularly about the budget. Could you comment, if or how members, yourself or members of your team, contributed to the compilation of the budget?
The team has been supporting not just with some of the engagement that's happened, but also guiding how do we make some of this engagement easier for people to be part of it. So when delegations come, how do we cover certain costs like childcare, transportation, and that really helps free up members who can really participate, and that way it expands the diversity of the participation. So just one example of many.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you.
Councillor Hammer. Oh, you got your answer question. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Freeman. Just wondering if you could comment on how this strategic initiative within the city is linked to its commitment to the Sustainable Development Goals.
That's a big question. Through you, Councillor Freeman. We will be working closely with looking at some of the work that the new Director of Strategic Direction position will come together, but also work closely even on the environmental front to see how, the measurements go beyond just CHC, but looking at how it impacts some of the members much more disproportionately from equity deserving groups, to kind of include them as part of the larger sustainability of, responding to some of that environmental work too.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether maybe Ms. Little would like to comment to that as well. I'm just asking specifically because in the Sustainable Development Goal Framework, which the city has committed to as part of the previous term of council, there's already alignment with the UN Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. One SDG goal is about reducing inequality. There's a number of different health and inequity-based targets and sets of indicators in there that speak specifically to reducing inequity. And so I just wondered whether, there was a more overarching arc to this work within the city. Thanks.
I think that, Sandy Little's coming up because I think she'll speak at it through the lens of our strategic plan and the things that we've been working on, if that makes sense. And I know you weren't on the hot seat for this one, but
That's okay. That's why I'm here, through you, Chair Freeman, to Councillor Wright. Really great question, and you're absolutely right. This is something that we've committed to as a city as part of the current strategic plan. So the 2019 to 2022 strategic plan, or 2023. It was largely based on the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and we committed to that as a city. Part of that work as well is we also embarked on the ISO 37120 Sustainable Cities and Communities. So all of these pieces and the work that Sanjay is leading in Indigenous initiatives, anti-racism, accessibility and equity, they're all really linked. Now, something that we haven't really done a full exploration of what we can do as a municipality to really localize those SDGs. We know that a lot of them impact our work and vice versa. We have started to work with Sanjay and his team with regards to the SDGs, but only certain components of them at this point. The approval of the Director of Strategic Initiatives will really hope to propel that work even more in a more forward way and in a more aggressive way as well, understanding that we have some targets that we need to meet, not only on the sustainability and climate change side, but in other ways as well, like you mentioned, the equity piece. The hope as well as part of the new strategic plan is that it too will be closely linked with the UN Sustainable Development Goals and build on what we already have in place with the current strategic plan. So I don't know what that's going to look like in terms of the work. Staff is involved with the Tamarack Institute as part of the community of practice, because it's one of those areas where we're trying to learn from each other in terms of how do we bring this high level framework really down to the municipal level. But I can confirm that the work is happening, but now with council's direction, with the approval of that position, and with Sanjay and his team leading their own strategic exercise as part of the work they're going to be doing, they're going to be really, really linked. And the other piece of that is economic development as well, being part of the CAO's office. All of those pieces together, now that they're all part of the CAO's office, will help move that work forward in a really progressive way.
That was a very fulsome answer. Thank you. Councillor Vasek?
Thanks, through you, Chair. Sanjay, I just wanted to welcome you and your team to your first budgeting process at the City of Waterloo. Yeah, and I have no question for you. I'm just going to celebrate you being here and recognize that your positions came as part of the city trying to rework the budget in the middle after we had done our 3-year budgeting as a result of really big grassroots community organizing. And so I just wanted to recognize how much of an effort that was, and that we're seeing the strategic director position come back because it was partly those funds that funded your team. And so it's been a big effort to get your team here. And I'm really excited to see this funding come forward, and I'll expect to see more funding requests come forward next year because like you've said, your team is aiming to represent people who can't necessarily call us or wouldn't necessarily call us or email us to tell us what they need from their city. And so you're doing that with a pretty low budget, really. So glad to see this, and I hope to see more, and welcome.
Thank you, Councillor. That's it.
All right. Any other comments on these items? May I have a mover on these two requests? Moved by Councillor Rowe, seconded by Councillor Hanmer. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. So we're on to infrastructure requests. Infrastructure investment requests, there are 3. They're on the screen before you, I-1, I-2, and I-3. Is there any questions on these 3 items, Council? Seeing none, may I have a mover for the 3 together? Moved by Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Bodley. All in favor? Sorry, I didn't see all those hands. Yeah, that's carried unanimously. The next item is, just double checking, make sure I got these, yeah, is reserve fund requests. And there are 8 of these, and they are on the screen as B23 through to S3. Is that right? Yes. Was there questions on these ones? Yes, Councillor Vasek.
Thanks through you, Chair. I think this is probably for Commissioner Dykstra for B27. Just given...
Actually, it's going to be Mr. Bowman.
Oh.
Yeah. Number
No way.
27, outdoor neighborhood rink program.
Great. I hadn't had this question before, but just because me and my partner were reflecting on how 10 years ago it was cold in February, and we could expect that. We could consistently expect and rely on that. And a decade later, here we are in this climate emergency. And so I am not suggesting taking away the rink program. That is a beloved program by people throughout the city. But also trying to be realistic about what the rink program maybe should look like in years moving forward. So I'm not necessarily asking about this year's. I'm happy to support it. But I am thinking about what comes next with this program.
Through you, Chair Freeman, our team is always working with the neighborhoods and trying to assess how we can improve or make efficiencies. And I think it was about 2 or 3 years ago we went into the TARP program where they try to collect water easier. We know that things are changing, but the benefits are still there. So we're assessing as we go each and every year. And our hope is that we'll be able to continue with some semblance of it going forward. But there may come a time when we may have to really take a hard look at what the rink programs have done. But the benefits currently outweigh the costs.
Yeah, thank you. And when you say benefits, do you mean like sort of that neighborhood cohesion and connection? Yeah. And have you been considering things like, is it the water use that you're considering when you think about it? Or because you are keeping the tarp there? Like what are the environmental considerations to think about when you're doing the rink program?
It's the flatness of the earth. If the water all drains away, it's all, like where the rinks are located. We're also looking at like where they are located, how much water we're putting into them, how much water is required. The other concern that arose a few years back was some people were skating on our storm water ponds, which is really unsafe. So rather than eliminate some of the work there, we're trying to get a sense of how can we minimize the risk of flooding, use of water, but still get the cold temperatures that we need through a solid neighborhood group. That's all we can say.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Glad to hear you're just always thinking through it and the benefits outweigh the negatives.
I think when I was a kid, we had about 50 days of skating. Now we have about maybe 2 weeks. So, but that's...
Mayor McCabe, did you also have a question for Mr. Bowman? Oh, okay, there we go. Got it covered. I will remind you that actually last February was one of the coldest months in many, many years. So we actually had more than a month's worth of skating. So it's just so dependent. Sorry, you had a question for Mr. Bowman? You're on another item. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Bodley.
Thank you. My question is on item B23, but I don't think we can let that flat earther comment from Mr. Bowman go unchecked.
So this is on physician recruitment. I think that Justin will be responding to this one.
Hopefully he's not going to come up and talk about flat earths. Later on, Jim, I'm going to want some more info on that.
You had a question?
I do have a question. I'm getting to it. Physician recruitment. Just given some of the challenges that I think physician recruitment is exceptionally important, but I think even more so than we've seen in years past. And I know that this budget item has come forward in previous budgets as well too. And I'm curious if a more thorough review of this program is necessary, if there are other initiatives that the city needs to start looking at on our own when it comes to physician recruitment, particularly in light of some of the healthcare struggles that we're dealing with in a growing city, and also some of the challenges that I know at economic development we've had or discussions that we've had in the past about not just physician recruitment to the area, but where they are located how do we recruit physicians into the uptown, for example. So I'm wondering if you could maybe speak to that a little bit, please.
Through you, Councillor Bodley, through Councillor Freeman. Yes, interesting question. So we have a fairly robust, as I'm sure you are aware, robust physician recruitment program that has been in place region-wide for about 20 years. And I don't know how long we've been contributing to it. I'm assuming it's probably since the beginning. And it has been, by most accounts, quite successful. We have new physicians coming through as part of the program almost every year. A number of us on staff have participated in the program and met with the physicians. They have a recruitment weekend annually where they try to recruit mostly younger physicians to come into the community. And I don't know, I don't have the stats offhand over the years, but I think it has been fairly successful. If you look at the kind of the issues, the physician recruitment issues, healthcare issues more broadly, we're not the only area that has had struggles. There's other areas of the country and the province that have far more. We're actually in relatively good shape. In Nova Scotia, for example, there's a little over 1 million people that live in Nova Scotia, and 120,000 people are on the waiting list for a physician. So we don't have quite those scale of issues here, and I think it's largely been a result of this successful physician recruitment program. So I agree with you. It's probably worth looking at some parts of the program and things about placement and locations, and I'm sure there's always things that we can do better. But this program itself is run region-wide, largely by the Chamber and a number of other groups, and it has a pretty good track record, a pretty good history of success. And I think a few of us here have, as I mentioned, have worked in the program, and it is well run, and it is a very good group of people that are behind it. So a few thoughts on that, but I don't know if that fully answers your question. But
Thank you. On the same item, Mayor McKay?
Yeah, on the same item. Don't go anywhere, Justin. A couple of things. One of them with the physician recruitment, just thinking of the feasibility study that the province has funded for a potential new hospital and hospital redevelopment. Hopefully that will contribute. We really appreciate the province funding that initiative so that we can fully understand about redeveloping existing buildings, hospital buildings, as well as where a new hospital potentially will be built. So hopefully that will go a long way to help with the physician recruitment. But my question was about, does it have to be necessarily restricted to physicians only? I mean, nurse practitioners provide, I don't know, at least 80% or maybe more of the same type of care as primary care as physicians do. And I'm wondering if the program, if it's maybe time that it expanded to include, I know locally there was just something on, I think, CBC recently speaking to a woman who is a nurse leading a nurse practitioner-led clinic. And so, yeah, just wondering if the scope of it can expand to include other disciplines in that primary healthcare field.
Through you, Councillor Freeman, to Mayor McCabe, that is a really interesting suggestion, and I'm not sure that has been strongly considered to this point. I know the nursing issue has been really through the pandemic has really been brought to light as an issue. I know that there's educational challenges. There's not enough nurses being educated in the system to feed the nurses that are retiring, or the shortages, or people just exiting the industry. So there's a whole bunch of challenges there on the nursing front. But sort of adding that element to the physician recruitment piece is probably something that's worth discussion with that group that's managing that, and potentially expanding that, because it's definitely an issue that has started to really become an issue the last 2 years.
And just to be clear, I mean, I know that the nursing sector is quite stretched too, but I was meaning nurse practitioners that have a additional training. They're kind of hybrid between a nurse and a doctor,
right,
but can provide, I think my understanding is at least 80% at least of the care that a primary physician can. So
right,
nurse practitioners in particular, I think are, that was my question was specifically around nurse practitioners, but maybe it should expand to nurses as well. I don't know.
No, I think that's a really good suggestion.
Okay, thank you. I'll leave that with you then.
So Councillor Hanmer actually had another comment on this same item for you, Justin.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, you can't get away yet, Justin.
No.
Justin, this particular physician recruitment piece has been something that's been near and dear to my heart for a very, 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 very long time. And I would agree with the mayor that perhaps a consideration may need to be looking at primary care models, which would include the nurse practitioner-led clinics, which are not quite as, there's still a challenge in how many people there are. But also the community health center approach would be another way of addressing primary care. So it may be a time to consider that part of it. I'm very glad that we are continuing to support this, but maybe we could look at other models of primary care delivery.
Great feedback.
If I could just add to that, maybe you can just explain how we communicate this kind of direction back to the chamber. I mean, obviously, we're not running this program. It's being run by a partner organization. So, what we're talking about here isn't us driving this. So maybe you could provide some clarity.
Yeah, no, there's a few different ways. One way, we do sit on the Municipal Affairs Committee for the Chamber. We actually meet tomorrow, so I could sort of start the process then with that group, and also through the CAOs would be another path.
That's great, thank you. Councillor, was there any other comments on these items that are before you right now? Seeing none, is there a mover for this block? Councillor Hanmer, seconded by Councillor Bodley. All in favor? That's carried unanimously. And we are essentially at the 3 o'clock time that I suggested we would take a break. So we're going to take 15 minutes. Can you please plan to return to your comfortable seats in 15 minutes? Thank you. Okay, I'm just gonna kind of call people back into the room if I can. All right, I'm just trying to encourage everyone to return to council chambers.
Bang the gavel.
I'm not good at it. I see people making a rush for grabbing some libation and food sustenance. So welcome back, everyone. Thank you. I understand that we're having some challenges with regard to our online feed, and that kind of switching computers is not working as well as we would like it to. So we're primarily going to be driving forward, working off of Brad's computer, which is the approval file, the Excel file, as we advance. So I just mentioned this to council so that you might want to keep your agendas handy, and where we can, we'll share the agenda with the citizens who are watching online. We are at a point in our budget work where we're now looking at the budget menu list and other changes that council might be interested to see adjustments to. So under this section, this is the time where council can choose to advance an additional increase to the taxes, or consider parking something, taking something out. And the budget items are provided on the screen for you. And at this point, I'd like to ask the question, is there any member of council who would like to advance a change under the menu list? Councillor Bodley.
Is this an appropriate time for us to be asking questions about the menu items?
Yeah, for
Okay.
sure, absolutely.
So-
It's yeah.
So
'cause
by advancing, not necessarily voting on it, but to advance to ask questions? Is
yeah,
that-
you
okay.
can ask a question and then you can say, let's bring it in or not bring it in, and that the question helps you to understand why it's on this list and not in the budget. I think those are all fair questions.
Okay, and are we doing these sort of one by one, or?
I was actually going to leave it open, let you choose. I'm hopeful that people don't have questions on every one of them. It'll take some time, but
Mhm.
if you do, I also am not going to stifle that conversation. So I think it's easiest to just allow you to ask your question, and then similarly others.
Okay, so I have a question about M2 and M4, which I think are sort of, it's going to be the same sort of question, given what the two items are. And or comment really on M4 specifically. The question I have is like the funding for M4 is essentially for memberships that we've long-standing memberships of organizations that we've been a part of, and this seems to be a request to sort of formalize those memberships. And so, just to understand, if we were not to advance M4, is it impeding our ability to invest in other climate action projects? The fact that we are unfunded members of these organizations.
So Sandy, you're taking that question?
I am, through you, Chair Freeman, to Councillor Bodley. Really great question in terms of our ability to fund these organizations. To date, and maybe finance staff can step in if I'm speaking incorrectly, but to date, the way that we funded these organizations and various membership fees for the work that they are doing on behalf of sustainability and climate change is kind of in a piecemeal approach. Wherever we get funding, we kind of pull it together, and we certainly provide that funding to these organizations. We do have agreements with these groups, and so we work with them to determine what the overall allocation will be. It's not an ideal situation the way we've done it to date. It's just kind of piecing things together. It hasn't been really an established, formalized approach. But now with the move of sustainability and climate change moving up to the CAO's office, we're really in a position right now as a city where we are formalizing our work when it comes to sustainability and climate change. And this menu item would then allow us to have predictable funding so that it was myself previously, and then the future Director of Strategic Initiatives. It saves them from having to find different funding sources and working with our finance staff to do that. It's predictable funding that we can count on and work towards with these organizations. Not funding them, I think we would still throughout 2023 look to try and do the piecemeal approach if we can. I think in the past we haven't necessarily funded all of those that are on that list, but things have changed specifically with Waterloo North Hydro in terms of REAP Green solutions. So there are additional costs. So really formalizing an approach would really aid in our work as part of that big picture on sustainability and climate change.
Okay, and if I may, as a follow-up through you, Chair Freeman, so at this time, if we weren't to advance this, is there a risk of us not joining any of these organizations that are listed here?
Through you, Chair Freeman, to Councillor Bodley, my understanding is that we would maintain our membership with the organizations, but again, it would be a piecemeal approach in terms of funding for 2023. But long term, it's not necessarily a sustainable approach with regards to the work that we're doing with these various organizations, including Climate Action and Sustainable Waterloo Region as well.
Thank you. Councillor Vasek, is it on these same items? Okay, I'd like to finish the discussion. Is there any more comments on these items? May I ask, Councillor Bodley, are you contented with leaving them unfunded at this point and considering them as part of the 3-year budget?
Yes, I think given the challenges that we're facing here in terms of the tax pressures that we're dealing with, I would like to advance these, and I really do see the importance of them, but yeah, perhaps this is not the year for us to be doing that, so I won't be putting those forward.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Vasek, which one would you like to cover?
Well, I guess now I have a question for staff about that.
About these items?
Now that you've clarified that, yes, thank you.
Okay. Then would you like Sandy to return to the podium?
I think it's probably more for finance staff.
Okay,
yeah.
That's fine. So go ahead.
I guess in my mind, next year's the next 3-year budget cycle is a bit of an unknown. And so I know you can't actually provide this information because you're just getting started with the budgeting process. But my concern about delaying too many things till next time is what if that's an even greater impact? So I know it's not an easy question to answer, but how do we balance the menu items that we're presented with today with the potential that it sounds like we want to bring these two back, and maybe that'll be the case for others, with the uncertainty and the financial uncertainty especially that we might see this year?
Through Chair Freeman to Councillor Vasic. It's a very good question. There's obviously a few items that have been put before council in the form of budget discussion papers. So there's obviously some pressures that are referred to the 3-year budget cycle already. And then also today through the motion from the mayor to look at service level increase in the sidewalk. We don't have any numbers or percentages to share at this time. I guess what I would offer is that just rely on the work that the budget committee did in terms of what's being put forward in terms of the proposed budget and where we kind of had to draw that line in the sand. Obviously, we're looking at the balance between affordability, but also wanting to invest in these items as they're also important. So in regards to M4, yeah, it would be a little bit of a piecemeal approach, as Sandy noted. We would be relying on the capital dollars that are available to us for 2023. So Councillor Bodley makes a very good point. That does impact or reduce our ability to invest those dollars in other items from a capital perspective. M2, the long-term goal is definitely to increase the Climate Action Reserve Fund annual contribution, but it's a little bit of a new initiative. So when we brought forward the Reserve and Reserve Fund report this year, we took a set amount of money within Capital Reserve Fund that was going towards these type of green initiatives, and we've transferred that over to the Climate Action Reserve Fund. So now we're going to be able to report on an ongoing basis how much we're investing, but we do know that we're going to need to invest more. And it's like anything, it's that balancing act. So that is what I would offer at this point in time is the decision of the budget committee was that we'll put these forward as menu items to note that they're important. But at this point, otherwise, we would refer them to the 3-year budget cycle.
Sorry, this is probably a stupid question that I'm not understanding. Are you saying that this could come not from the tax base next year, but from the reserve, which I know does come from the tax base, but how that would look next year?
To clarify, no, that's a good question. So in order to increase annual funding for the Climate Action Reserve Fund or for these initiatives, it would come from the general tax base. As a pressure, just be a mechanism of where we're directing those funds to. So as you can see, the items are approximately 0.1 and 0.1 in terms of a property tax impact. Those are rounded figures, but that's the magnitude of what we're talking about for M2 and M4.
Okay, thank you. It would be really, I don't know if this is possible, but it would be really helpful for me to see what the total approved tax levy would be if we approved all of these menu items. Is that possible to do?
Yeah, for sure. I think that Brad can turn them all on.
Yes.
And we can see the change.
Councillor Freeman, while Brad's doing that, can I maybe just add something?
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's including the reductions. I'm not sure if we want to include all of them. But what I was going to suggest is that M11 and M11AB, I think is on the screen there. Those two pieces related to assessment growth, that was simply a timing issue on when we finalize and publish the budget and when the final rule of return comes in and we know, oh, we're actually getting more assessment growth than we had budgeted for 2023. We would recommend that council consider approving M11A and AB, but then it's your choice on how you would like to distribute those dollars to either prioritize something between M1 and M10 or make a reduction somewhere else, in terms of the tax levy if you wish. So a couple of options there, but I would say that, we would recommend council considering M11 and AB together, and that could be a way to enable some things from not being deferred, for example, to 2024, if you wish.
So does that help, Councillor Vasic? You can see that the tax increase would change from the staff recommendation to 6.88% if all of those menu items were added. Councillor Hanmer, did you want to speak to these items as well, or did you want to speak to a different menu item?
It's a different menu item
Okay.
than the ones we talked about.
I think we can move on to that one if you'd like.
Okay, thank you. I actually have two. It was menu item 11 and 11AB, and thank you. Commissioner has answered the questions about that. I think there are some opportunities for us if we would consider those and improve them. My other question was around menu item number 6, the construction supervisor. And while I think I appreciate the importance of having this particular position in place with our construction projects, it's one of those, it's preventative in surprises that we may have down the road in construction projects if we don't have somebody being those extra eyes to make sure things are happening on site. My question was really, are there other pieces that this particular position would be doing that would be advantageous to us and along the preventative side of things?
I see Kevin Van Uterman here, and please go ahead, Kevin.
Thank you, and through you, Chair Freeman, to the councillor. Yes, thank you for that question. This is really a fundamental position in my eyes that really should exist within a professional project management office that oversees millions of dollars of capital work. And so this is a position we implemented as part of the Eastside Library and the WMRC construction projects, which both were executed very well and very professionally, I would say. And we've seen a lot of benefits of this role through those two projects. So this role is on a contract that will expire here imminently if it's not approved. And so there's really 4 pieces to this role I would like to highlight. So one, it's about the oversight of construction work. So just as if you're renovating your kitchen at home or building an addition, you're going to check in on site frequently to make sure you're getting what you're paying for and that the quality and the expectations of yours are being met. And so this is a huge component of this role. This is somebody that goes around to a dozen or so construction sites as part of their daily work and make sure that we're getting what we pay for. So that's a key piece to this project. The other one is health and safety. So what we find is that construction general contractors typically do a very good job with health and safety within their construction fence, protecting their staff as they're legislated to do so. Where we found gaps in the past is sort of outside the construction fence. So we do a lot of work within existing facilities that are occupied and being used by the public. And this position is really our eyes and ears on site, making sure that if there's a big concrete pour going on that day, for example, at, say, Rim Park, that somebody from the city is there making sure that those concrete trucks are not getting in the way of the traffic flow. And if there are issues, that they can deal with it head on and right away. The third piece is around coordination with our programming teams. So this is a key piece that the project management staff really doesn't have capacity to do. So an example of this, the rec center, when we were renovating the aquatic change rooms, we're still offering swim programs to the public. So you can imagine the logistical challenges around that, and there's day-to-day, minute-to-minute coordination that's happening in order to allow that public service to continue while we're basically constructing around it. And the fourth piece is accessibility, and this is something that really came to light through the last couple of years in our big capital build. This position has taken a very active role working with the Grand River Accessible Advisory Committee, as well as with Amy Ross, our accessibility advocate here at the city. And what we found is that even if everything happens perfectly along the way, from the design and planning to the construction drawings, to the bids and tender, to the right down to the tradesperson installing a feature on site, there's still issues. And so some of those issues are, placement of soap dispensers, for example, the location of a push button not being exactly correct. And so what we found is this position really enables the city to take in-house responsibility for some of these accessibility and inclusive features that we're trying to design into our facilities. So again, accessibility is not something that we can outsource, it's something we have to take in-house. And so this position allows us to do that. And I think a really innovative component of this role that I saw was we actually had on-site mock-ups of the universal washrooms during the rec center project. And that was enabled through this position where this individual led those on-site mock-up meetings. Members of GRAC were there. Amy Ross was there, and we were able to actually work through some of the logistics around the universal change rooms and making sure we can get ahead of any potential issues before it was too late or would cost more money. So just to summarize, oversight of construction work, health and safety, coordination day to day, and of course accessibility piece. I think there's a lot of value in this role. If this role is not approved, there's no redundancy here. This position wouldn't exist, and these activities largely would go unsupported from a staff standpoint. So there's a big risk there, I think, if we don't move forward. And from my standpoint, it's a vital position for the city. And I'll just pause for a moment. I know Amy's here today. I don't know, Amy, if there's anything you'd like to add to that, or if that more or less covers it.
Through you to Councillor Hammer. Councillor Hammer, you are aware through GRAC about the number of pieces of accessibility that we need to do some catch-up work on, right? Millions of dollars, in fact, that need to be taken care of over many years. And so without this role, like, this isn't work that I could take on, right? This is very specific construction-related work, and we do need someone to have the oversight to take care of this, or we will not meet our legislative requirements, which we are behind on, to be honest. Like, we are at building code standards of previous codes, not current code.
Follow-up question, if I could, to Ms. Ross. If you could, I've had the privilege of being part of GRAC and understand all of the audits that have happened, not only in the City of Waterloo buildings, but also surrounding municipalities. Could you share with fellow councillors what exactly was involved with that audit, and what you've said millions of dollars, but specifically what kinds of things are we looking at? And these are in buildings that we already own.
Sure. So as an example, many of our facilities that were built 20 or 30 years ago may have grab bars that are in positions of when the building code was in place at that time. Some don't. There have been like some maintenance work over time, but we don't have L-shaped grab bars in all of our washrooms, for example. We don't have emergency buttons in place in all of the facilities. We don't have universal washrooms in many of the spaces either, and on and on and on. I think the biggest piece that was came to light is we don't have door openers in many of the facilities. So if you think about Rim Park, many of the arenas don't have automated door openers, neither do the field house or the gymnasium. So people can't even access many of the spaces independently. So it comes down to dignity and independence for folks to be able to access spaces. So there will be a report coming forward in the next couple of months related to the extent of the audits that were completed, both by GRAC and consultants. So the hybrid of those results are coming forward.
Thank you for that. So it sounds like this position's also a little bit of prevention going forward, that if there are eyes on the projects as we're going, we may head off some advanced expenses we may occur if things aren't done as we need them to be or desire them to be. And I recognize some of our buildings are older, but some of the audit did take into account current buildings that have just opened and we had deficiencies. So, okay. Chair, through you, that's it for my questions. I would like to move this item forward as a consideration for us.
Okay.
However, I have to do that.
You can say I'd like to move it, as you just did, and I will ask if there's a seconder that would like to second this position. Councillor Roach. So we can turn that one on for us to understand the implication on the tax increase side. Thank you, Amy and Kevin. And I'm looking to council. Are there other questions for Amy and Kevin related to this item? Yes, Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I just wanted to confirm that this was a contract position that you're looking to be turned into a permanent position. And perhaps this, if this isn't for you, it may be for finance. But if this is a tax-based position now, I'm wondering what the funding is for the contract position and how, like, if that balances out anywhere, or how that works.
So I can maybe answer the first part of that question, and then I'm sure Brad can fill in there a bit. So yeah, this is an existing contract position that essentially was set to expire at the end of our Eastside Library project. So it's been extended a little bit here, but it basically will come to an end. So it's a contract that we are looking to have as a full-time permanent position within the complement of our team.
Yeah, so just to build on Kevin's point through Chair Freeman, contract positions are one-time or two-time in nature, funded by a capital project, so a temporary funding source. And in order to make this permanent, we would need the ongoing property tax increase as noted on screen. And that item has been temporarily turned on, so you can see the impact, but it's in yellow. It hasn't been formally voted on.
Thank you. Another question for the delegate, for Kevin? Yep, go ahead, Councillor Bodley.
Yeah, thank you through you, Chair Freeman. Can you speak to obviously very pressing need for this position during the East Side Library build out, and that's why it was done on a contract basis to advance that. Can you speak to what are some of the new capital projects that this position would really be supporting, particularly looking at this year if we were to be advancing it this year?
Yes, absolutely. Through you, Chair Freeman, to Councillor Bodley. So the one that comes to immediate mind is we're going to be doing a major renovation of the Albert McCormick Community Centre. That's being funded partly through a grant, partly through city funding in collaboration with the WPL. A component of that is around accessibility. So we will be building more universal washrooms at that facility, which this position has extensive experience with, having built, I think more than 6 universal and gender neutral washrooms, certainly over the last year or so. So we've done a lot of experience. We have a lot of experience in this position in particular, and through the work they've done with GRAC. So that's one that comes to mind, I think, is a good example of where this position would be deployed.
Thank you. And a follow-up, if I may.
Yeah, follow up, sure.
Thank you, through you, Chair Freeman. And can you speak to some of if any challenges that you see if this position were to not go unfunded in terms of recruiting another person to come into this role in a subsequent budget, for example, versus the fact that we have this person in-house currently?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a very unique skill set, I find. It's, the rest of our staff team are engineers or architects or the like. And so this individual is somebody that has, or this position, I should say, is somebody that would have extensive experience in the field, hands-on, which is really what this position needs to be about. It's about interacting on a day-to-day basis with contractors, running and dealing in site meetings, often dealing with contentious issues on site. And so it's that's a big part of it, but I think there's a soft skill to this position as well, which is dealing in a municipal environment. It's not like dealing at a general contractor. You have to have nuance in your communication, and I think that's a big component to this for the successful candidate, would be that construction experience, but that sensitivity of working in a municipal environment as well.
Thank you. Councillor McCabe, or Mayor McCabe, did you have a question?
Just a clarification question. Does this position work solely on city projects, or is it working with external developers or builders as well?
Yeah, through you, Chair Freeman, to the Mayor. This position would essentially just deal with our capital program within facilities. So any of our new additions, renovations, construction projects that we would fund through the capital program here, we would be, this individual would be responsible for overseeing them. So they do interact with various entities within the community, general contractors and other organizations, but their responsibility would be to oversee the work within our specific capital program.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing this to our attention, Councillor Hanmer. Is there any additional discussion on this? This is on the floor. It would result in a 0.2% increase over the recommended budget by staff. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? That's unanimous. You have a new staff position. Yeah. Sorry, Councillor Hanmer, did you?
Well, my question was just going to be about items M11 and 11AB.
Yeah, because you would put those on the table at the beginning. Is it okay for us to manage those and then come back to you, or is it the same?
No, but I think this might help.
Okay.
Is it just because you had noted that was 0.2 when in reality it was like 0.16 or something? Is it possible to extend the tax increase column by...
So you want two decimal places?
Yes, if possible.
Oh, this sounds like a Mr. Maven question. We would like to see an extra set of decimal places, please. I hope that Bob is listening and he smiled. Okay, yes, that's good.
Thank you.
Yep. Councillor Hanmer, we're back to you with items 11 and 11AB.
I would just move that items 11 and 11AB be considered for approval at this time.
So this helps a little bit with that offset. That's what you're
That is
thinking?
correct.
Yeah. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Bodley. Now, Felipe has spoken to these already. Did people have more questions on them? Seeing none, all in favor? Sorry, that's carried unanimously. So, so that is done. Now, yes, Councillor Vasek.
I was wondering, I'm making an assumption here that we're likely supportive of M1, the affordable housing increase. So I'm wondering if we might get that on the table so we see it in the increase.
So this would be in addition to what we're already, like, there is already an affordable housing component in the budget.
Yeah, so I'm asking if we might want to do M1 now as a menu item. Should we approve it? Which I'm making the assumption we would, but no pressure, everyone. I just think we will.
If you'd like to put it on the table,
I
I'll
would,
see
yes.
if there's a seconder.
Yes.
I don't see a seconder for that one. So, so that's, I'm sorry, that's off the table.
Sorry, does that mean that we're not considering M1? Maybe I'm doing it the wrong process.
So maybe I'll let Felipe speak to this. So we do have affordable housing in our base budget. This would be more money. Yeah. And so there isn't a seconder to put yet more money at it.
Oh, I see. Okay, so yes, so I know that we have S3 there. That's right above. And M1 is to put additional, yes, I understand that. Okay. So yes, so I did want to move that, and I made the wrong assumption then, clearly.
Yeah,
sorry.
So no, you moved it. I'll ask again if there's a seconder to do more. I'll second it. Okay, that's fine. So it's on the table. Felipe, did you want to provide some more insight on this piece, please?
Sure. So through you, Chair Freeman, to Councillor Vasek, you're correct that in the 3-year budget, Council approved $100,000 towards affordable housing. Then S3 is adding another $75,000, so it's $175,000 annually. And so if Council considers M1 or some version of M1, that would add to the $175,000 annually. I'll also note that there are one-time dollars also that have been held in account for affordable housing related initiatives that we've reported to Council on in the past year or so. Some of those are still being collected through former Section 37 related approvals, and I feel like off the top of my head it was perhaps in the range of $800,000 that were still to be collected perhaps, and that there was $1 million already set aside previously. So just to provide a little bit of context, those are not ongoing funds, but just so that you know that there's some other funding options there that staff is relying on to move these things forward.
Thank you. Was there, Councillor Hanmer?
Just another comment and partially a question. And my understanding is we also will be seeing at a future council meeting the affordable housing strategy for us. And I would feel more comfortable once we've got that strategy. Definitely we have to resolve or further solve the housing issues that we have. But I think for me, we need to put it in that context too. So I'm not unsupportive of affordable housing, but we just need to see a little bit more. And I'm pleased to hear what we've got allocated right now. Thank you.
Mayor McCabe, did you have more on this? Nope. Okay, Councillor Bodley.
Yeah, I was just going to add to that through you, Chair Freeman, is one of the things that I'm struggling with M1 under normal circumstances. I would be quite supportive of it, but is a lot of what that affordable housing reserve, to my understanding, is to look at things like waiving development charges for affordable housing developments that are coming forward, which now under Bill 23, supposedly that's already going to happen. And so I'm just in this sense of uncertainty with respect to what we're going to use this money for going forward. Not suggesting that more money is not better than less money, obviously, when it comes to tackling the crisis, but I'm I'm wondering if I'm reading that correctly, or if staff can provide some additional context on that going forward to determine sort of where these funds might go.
Philippa, did you want to speak to that? Or
Perhaps I can start, but I'd also pass it over to Commissioner Ormson perhaps to add in. But just to mention that, and through you, Chair Freeman, to Councillor Bodley and also Councillor Hanmer, both of you make very good points in regards to the strategy that is coming forward. And I think that will help answer some of those questions. And you do make a good point that certainly affordable housing from the perspective of development charges is through Bill 23 exempt from paying development charges. And so that is a very good point with regard to where the money will be diverted in terms of what the strategy will bring forward to council for consideration. Obviously, that's only one piece, and there will be other aspects of it, and perhaps Mr. Ormson wants to weigh in on what those might be.
Through you, Chair Freeman, to all of council, really, and just very briefly, as Councillor Hamner pointed out, on March 20th, council will receive the city's affordable housing strategy, which is a very comprehensive strategy listing all of the options that are available to a local tier municipality, at least to affect some positive change for affordable and attainable housing. I believe this money was put in as a placeholder before the issues with Bill 53 were understood, just as a prudent good measure. But I think it may be best for council to receive the strategy and then look at the funding, the whole range of funding options when we enter the 3-year budget process.
Thank you. Was there any other comment on this? I would like to just make one, if I could. I won't be supporting the M1 at this time, not only for the things that we've heard here right now, but also because I do think we have to be cognizant of our role as a lower tier government, and that an increase might be better served through a regional budget associated with this. So like a 0.11% increase at a regional level could garner a much broader support for affordable housing and be better targeted. And, recognizing it's drawing from the same tax base, I would be supportive of the region doing something like that, so that the citizens of Waterloo, if they want to play an important role in affordable housing, they would do so in conjunction with their partners across the region. So that's kind of where I'm at on this one. Yep.
And just to add to your comments, Chair Freeman, I mean, the region over the past year particularly has added significant amounts of funding. It's in the order of 15 million or more to work on and look at really some. I mean, they've added shelter beds. They're working with, there's a lot of resources that have gone into housing and homelessness writ large. And yes, we are a lower tier municipality, and the region is a municipality, obviously, but really where I think we need some of these funds to come from are our provincial and federal counterparts, because it's, again, to the point much earlier around our strategic initiatives, the position that we just approved, the complexities with which cities are more and more needing to deal with, they're huge, right? And they're ever evolving. But I think particularly in our region, there has been a great deal of funding, I shouldn't say great deal. There has been a significant amount of funding added, particularly at the regional level, and I think we really need to look to our federal and provincial partners to step up more as well to help us with this, what I think is a real challenge and a real crisis.
Thank you. Is there any other commentary on this one, Council? Did you want to speak to it again, Councillor Vasic?
Well, thanks, and sorry, I didn't realize it was going to be, I made the wrong assumptions, so sorry, everyone.
I think it was a really helpful conversation.
Yes, I agree, and I really appreciate what everyone is saying. I do want to make a few comments because I am going to support this, and I want to change all your minds in 3 minutes. So one is I do appreciate that the plan is coming back in March, and it would be great to have a better understanding of what we need. But from my understanding of the draft report that we saw in council and then some follow-up conversations I've had, I do think that no matter what that plan is going to be under-resourced when it comes back, and it does need the resources. I think from what I saw, we're going to need more money than we have planned in order to deliver what's coming forward. We'll be able to do some of it, but how much will depend on how much money we have available. So that would be one thought about the plan. I do appreciate the timeline and the sort of more linear approach. I just don't know if that's enough for me, knowing, the challenges and how robust the plan already is in its draft form. The other thing, this is more of just like a heart thing, but former Mayor Lynn Wollstonecroft, in 2002, I think, she put forward a proposal for a 1% tax increase for affordable housing, as well as a really robust plan. And I just keep wondering, what would our city look like had everyone around the council table, sorry for the guilt trip, had everyone around the council table approved that? And of course, we can't know what 0.11% will do in 20 years, but that's always what my mind returns to. And third, would you be able to pull the numbers for me about what 0.11% is in a household impact for the year? Because I'm hoping it's the price of a pistachio latte at Starbucks, which is really delicious, but $7, and I've had 3 so far this year.
I'll let staff noodle over the housing piece. Was there any other commentary?
No, thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Brad, it's $74 times 0.11, right?
I should also say that I understand everyone else's, so if we vote differently, that's also okay.
I do mean when I say that I think it's valued to have this conversation, and so that's why these items are on the menu list, to facilitate conversation. So did you have it there, Brad?
Yeah, it would be, through you, Chair Freeman, be approximately $1.61 for the year, in addition to the $75 we talked about, and we've added a little bit as well. So,
Thank you.
$1.50 to $2.
Okay, so I think we have the information at hand to make decision. All in favor of approving M1? And those contrary minded? So that does not carry. Thank you. And we return to the menu items. Is there any other menu items that, Councillor Rowe?
Through you, Chair, I actually would just like a little bit more information on M3, if I could put that to staff. And I'm just curious about what the situation is that brought M3 to the menu item list, and sort of what that money would go towards. Just expand it a little bit.
Sure. I see Sunda Siva is coming up to give us an answer to that one. Welcome, Sunda.
Thank you. Maybe can you repeat the question?
Hi. Yes, I actually was just curious about M3, the park sanitation cost, and what the experience is right now on the ground that brought that forward as a menu budget request, and then what that would look like. Like, are we just talking sanitation pickup, or is there any project expansion?
Yeah, it's right now we have got only 21 units we have, so we would like to expand that. The demand is high. So we would like to expand that. This is an expansion, and then ongoing collection fees is what we are going to use this fund for.
And I'm sorry, how many units do you have right now?
21.
21?
Yeah.
And then how many are you forecasting then for the city?
Yeah, I think right now they are projecting at least 10 to 12, but they are going to go at 3 or 4 per year. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
For clarity, Sunda, are these the the dog waste receptacles, or are these like a Moloch?
No, this is dog waste.
Okay, so these are specific to the dog waste
Yes.
receptacles. Okay, thank you. That is not what's in the menu item? Sorry. Okay, it's the majority of it. Yeah, thank you. Was there any other questions on this one? Did you want to put this on the table?
No, not for this budget cycle, but it is just something to help formulate an idea for the future, because I have heard about this and I'm getting pictures also of neighbors in neighborhoods who would like to have this service. So I think it is something to consider for the future.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Siva while he's here? Julie? Sorry, Councillor Wright.
Through you, Chair. I'm just curious about, there's these efforts to make the bridge between dog waste and energy production in the region so that it's more of a closed circle. And I'm just wondering whether this collection of dog waste actually is part of that program, and whether there is an undeclared kind of benefit out of it that you could speak to.
I believe, but I would ask Mr. Dykstra to respond to that.
Yes, through the chair to the councillor, definitely part of the energy cycle and opportunities with this program. And we've, when it first came about, we were leading with the collection team and trying to innovate in this manner. And that was demonstrated. There's energy savings associated with our involvement in this, providing this option to the community. So we see the benefit, and that's where this speaks to the growth, as Mr. Siva has noted, Councillor Rowe as well, that we're seeing in the community. So yeah, we see this evolving and an opportunity on that front as well.
Councillor Wright?
And just a follow-up question, in terms of the park expansion strategy overall, would some of these dog receptacle, the dog waste units, really be targeted at making sure that they were part of the new park systems?
Yeah, I can add to that through the chair to the councillor. Yeah, the parkland strategy looked at various amenities that would be provided in our park features, this being one. We've heard similar comments through that consultation. So dog walking, the care for dogs, important to our community, and how does that fit into the local park?
Thank you. Okay, so I don't see anyone looking to put this on the table right now. Is there any other menu items that council would like to bring forward to discuss at this time? Councillor Vasek.
Thanks through you, Chair. It's M10, Transportation Services Lead Hand. So we have, I don't know how many, what the number is, but a number of transportation positions coming forward. So I'm curious if we need another one here. And I say that knowing that I email Jenny and Bob all the time for traffic requests from my from constituents in Ward 5. I guess I'm curious if we could get a sense of if the positions we've already approved over the next year might be sufficient, and then revisit this one next year if that's possible, desirable. Curious for your perspective, and then my colleagues' perspectives too.
Mr. Henderson.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Freeman, to Councillor Vasek. This position is essentially a position of leadership, and right now we have 3 shifts through the winter, where only 2 shifts are covered through with a lead hand. So this is really to fill a gap in expertise and in leading our crews during a shift that doesn't have a lead hand. It's also required for meeting minimum maintenance standards and directing our crews in an efficient manner, meeting health and safety conditions. So this position really is trying to optimize crews to work safely and carry out our minimum maintenance standards that we're obligated to meet.
Okay, thank you. So then the other thought that popped into my head, and I don't know if it makes any sense, but I figured I'd say it because there was something I didn't say a few weeks ago, and I was like, oh, I should have just asked the question. If we're reviewing the winter sidewalk snow removal this year, which we just said we were. Is there also then opportunity to look at this position, having done that review and seeing if it can be better suited to incorporate that as well, or could this position also have a role in sidewalk snow clearing? And if so, should we be considering it with that as well? Or you're saying we need it for what we have now, not for extra levels of service?
Through you, Chair Freeman, to Councillor Vasic, yes, this position is responsible for the duties and obligations that are carried out in transportation. The duties and obligations carried out in parks for sidewalk maintenance falls outside of transportation's responsibility.
Okay, thank you. Yep, Mayor McCabe.
Just another question. I don't know if they're related. That is the M8, the increased preventative maintenance. How does that fit in? Is that one of yours? No. Okay.
All right, so I'll ask the question we've been discussing. Item, lost it in my mind's eye. Item M10. And did anyone want to put that on the table? Okay. I see none. So is there another menu item that we'd like to bring forward at this time? Mayor McCabe?
M8, the increased preventative maintenance. I'm just curious what that actually, if you could speak to that.
Through Chair Freeman to the mayor. So as part of the last budget cycle, we had, as part of the long-term financial plan and the increased infrastructure rehabilitation funding that we're allocating to the Capital Infrastructure Reinvestment Reserve Fund, there was also an acknowledgement that part of the long-term solution is also ensuring that we're investing adequately in preventative maintenance. So not waiting for the asset to reach end of useful life before we're replacing it, making sure that we're kind of making those investments throughout that asset's journey. So we had approximately $150,000 annually in preventative maintenance added in 2021 and 22. For this budget cycle, I think it really comes down to where we landed at the 5.35%. And it kind of fell outside of that recommended or proposed budget, and it's on the menu list for consideration. But it is also part of that long-term strategy on investing in our assets, both in replacement and ensuring we're maintaining them properly. How we handled it last budget, it was kind of a placeholder, and we allocated to the different asset classes, and we kind of reported back on how those funds will be utilized.
Thank you. Did you want to put that menu item on the table, Mayor McCabe? Okay, that's fine. Councillor Wright.
Yes, through you, Chair. I just had a question. Like you've got a certain amount of money from, as an example, in 2020 for parks, so related to trails, playgrounds, and trees. And I'm just wondering if you could speak a little bit to our public tree inventory and how that would fit into this preventative maintenance. And the reason why I'm asking this is because I get asked all the time in Ward 7 about why all of our street trees are dying. Thanks.
I can take that one, Chair, to the councillor. So within, our urban forest, we have forestry staff, certified arborists working. They're part of a team. They respond to the complaints on a regular basis, even emergencies as need to. They're on call 24/7 as we need to respond to that. Yes, there is, and there are programs with removals as the tree ages and planting programs as well within the forestry department. And if we could do more preventative maintenance, that then supports tree structure, tree growth at a young age, and supporting that canopy into the future. So as you noted, yeah, there is a point if more preventative maintenance on the tree canopy side as it grows up would definitely support the trees into the future.
As I understand the question, though, does this funding item directly address that? Because I think that would fall under a different budget, would it not?
You're correct.
Thank you. Okay.
And just as a follow-up, so there would be no percentage of this particular budget item that would be allocated to that?
Fred?
Through Councillor Freeman. So I guess I should clarify the existing base operating budget already has preventative maintenance in all areas, and but what we're saying is it's likely underfunded, and so the 140 or the 150 that is put forward here, we didn't have a particular asset for this. How we kind of did it last time is we focus in on the major asset classes. So parks, including forestry, was the 1 year. Transportation, so all things within the transportation network was the second year, and then facilities was the third year. So we kind of, in essence, made an investment in each one of those three major asset classes. We hadn't gotten to the point of saying, okay, who would get these funds? We could split it amongst the three asset classes. We could focus in on one, should council direct us to do so. But it was an acknowledgement that we need to continue investing more in preventative maintenance. But if this item is in advance, we would continue to spend what's in the base budget today for preventative maintenance.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Vasek.
Thanks. About M7 and M8, infrastructure, well, about the infrastructure funding specifically. I mean, last council term, this was above the base budget too, and I realize the base budget is higher this year for sure. Can you tell me how this might impact, if we were to approve M7, how this might impact the asset management planning and address our legislative requirements for infrastructure renewal and rehabilitation?
I see Cassandra coming to the microphone.
Thank you. Through Chair Freeman to Councillor Vasek. If M7 was approved, we would apply the funding to the infrastructure gap based on which asset classes were assigned the funding. So for example, if it was split equally based on the percentages used for the capital budget, there would be a small piece that would go to every asset class. If council were to, say, assign it purely to facilities or to parks or to transportation, we would apply it that way. Based on the current conditions we have right now, I would anticipate it would reduce the infrastructure funding gap a little bit, but it does depend on new assets coming on board, the inflation that we're seeing today. So there's a whole bunch of things, but on the offshoot, it would reduce the infrastructure funding gap.
So when you say, based on costs, would you say that if inflation gets better next year, that this funding would go more of a distance next year than if we were to potentially approve it this year? Does it work like that?
Through you, Chair Freeman to Councillor Vasek, it's really difficult to apply it on that basis. If right now, for example, our infrastructure funding gap is approximately $28 million. If the inflation goes down but the prices remain constant as what they are right now, there would be no change other than applying this additional funding. If the inflation goes down and our replacement costs go down, then our infrastructure funding gap would go down. It's that if it costs $100 per square meter of asphalt, whether it's a parking lot or if it's a road, if that changes to $50, then that naturally just reduces it. So I can't really say for sure on how if it would go further if it was applied next year. The faster we do something now, the faster the infrastructure funding gap gets closed.
So what are the risks of not putting this additional funding in?
There's always some, through you, Chair Freeman to Councillor Vasek, there's always some risk because there's risk that some assets will fail unpredictably as facilities has identified in the past. There's also the risk that we'll continue to grow the infrastructure funding gap if we don't keep addressing it, because the longer we go, the further degraded our assets get, and then it costs more to rehabilitate and replace them. So a piece of the infrastructure funding gap is actually proactively replacing them before they absolutely get to the absolute failure point, because that costs us more money than it does if we do, for example, resurfacing of a parking lot or a road before it gets to reconstruction mode.
Yeah, that's my concern. So, sorry, let me see if I can remember my question from before. Oh, can we go without it from your perspective?
Through you, Chair Freeman and Councillor Vasek, that's a really tough question again. I think that would be more suited to perhaps one of the commissioners if they had their opinion on whether or not we could do without it. Because I'm quite sure they have an opinion.
Thank you.
Through you, Chair Freeman. And Councillor Vasek, you on a very important line of thought here, and it looks like it would be one of those items that's easy to forego when you put it in the rest of the mix with the math. But just to put it in perspective, if we spend $2 million a year on road resurfacing, this is about 20% of that. So, as Cassandra said, when you repave a road that hasn't failed, you can extend the lifespan of that asset for a long time. This amount of money, I can tell you, would make a lot of people happy if they were to get a shave and pave or a repaved road in their neighborhood, or a new facility item that would enhance the life of a building or any of the other asset classes. But I also understand that, we're trying to look at being, as we always are, very careful with these precious dollars. Another option might be to look at some sort of halfway point and look at, a more modest contribution rather than the figure before council. But I will stress the importance of these dollars long run, and we are very much paying catch up because of previous decisions that have been made that have not adequately funded the assets, and that's where Cassandra's points are very important and valid.
Yeah, thanks. That's really helpful. I guess that's where I'm really struggling with this one. Is it's a hard decision to make because it feels not great to increase the levy so much for people today. But then what does that mean for us in the future? So it feels like a bit of an easier one to delay, but just given our massive infrastructure gap, like what is our responsibility as residents to pay to keep it? And I'm not saying I'm advocating for more roads or widened roads or anything like that, but definitely looking at the asset management plan more broadly at some, like you said, facilities or other things like that. So I'm going to put this on the table. I'm going to move it. I'd like to see this go forward.
Okay, what I'm going to do is ask for a seconder, and then we can carry on the conversation, if that makes sense. You'd like to second it, Councillor, right? Councillor Hanmer, you wanted to speak to this?
Yes, please. Thank you. Just, I guess, a question and a comment in making sure that I'm understanding this. We already have in the budget an allocation for the infrastructure funding. We've already got, so this is in addition to. Because it keeps coming up, I'm wondering if what we may need to look at, and perhaps as part of the 3-year budget, is what is our strategy to continue to close the gap? My worry is we're going to have this kind of question coming up every year. So maybe it's time for us to take a look at what's the minimum that we want to be putting in the budget each year. I struggle with this one. I argued for preventative pieces before, and I'm always for making sure that we can stretch things as long as we possibly can. It's just feeling a little bit piecemeal, and I thought maybe we should just take a look again at what our overall plan for closing that gap, and if we have to take a larger portion on a go forward, perhaps percentage. Your thoughts, Cassandra?
Through you, Chair Freeman, to Councillor Hamner. So in 2018, Council received the city's first long-term financial plan, and at that time, we identified a plan of about 1.5% increase per year for about 10 to 12 years. That, of course, was before the infrastructure gap grew to $28 million annually. Mm-hmm. So there is a plan in place, and financial planning and asset management will work together over the coming year to prepare another update to the long-term financial plan. So there will be that strategy coming forward. I'm not exactly sure of the exact timing, but it will be in concert with the 2024 to 2026 long-term with the budget process.
Great, thank you. That does give me some comfort that we are recognizing times have changed, and sometimes you need to relook at assumptions we made in that initial planning. So thank you very much for that. That's it.
Councillor Wright, did you want to speak to this?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I just want to comment to the fact that tackling our infrastructure gaps is a critical part of climate action. It's also part of climate adaptation, and a lot of what we are modeling all of our systems and assets on is historical data and not our current context. So as the planet warms and as our direct environment warms, we are going to have huge impacts on our infrastructure where there's already a gap. So I would like to see this become a more fulsome conversation during our strategic plan, because I think we actually need to take critical action on it, but we need to do that in a very well considered and comprehensive way where we're getting it into every single budget, trying to work this out.
Councillor Bodley.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Freeman. Can I get staff to maybe, so my understanding is since previous councils initiated this work on trying to tackle the infrastructure deficit, I believe the numbers were 0.8, 0.9, 1.0 over the last 3 years that we've contributed to infrastructure funding. And this budget, setting aside the menu item, is 0.8. Can you speak to sort of how we get to that number as we're looking forward, knowing that, you know, the long-term financial plans suggested 1.5? How are we getting to those numbers? Is it looking at specific capital projects or preventative items and then getting to there, or how does that look?
Through Councillor Freeman, very good question, Councillor Barley. So the 2020 to 2022 budget was the first budget cycle where we had council had approved the annual increase to the capital infrastructure reinvestment reserve, and I think you're in the right ballpark on the 0.7, 0.8, and then up to 1%. The long-term financial plan, as Cassandra noted, had called for 1.5%. And we did actually have 1.5% proposed in year 3, but through council conversation, we had adjusted that to 1%. And again, that just comes down to balancing the final property tax levy. So what we have done this proposed budget is 1% in total for infrastructure. And it's important to note that infrastructure isn't just the allocation to CURF. It's also at times people that are managing the assets or the work. So those items I1, 2, and 3 on aggregate are a 1% investment in infrastructure. What we do to provide, or what we've done this budget to provide council the options or the choices, the opportunity to add another half point, which is what we're talking about here on M7. You also see under M15 is a reduction opportunity of negative a half a point. So we put that forward as again, that balancing act in terms of how much can we afford today, knowing we need to make significant investment over the long term. But I think the quote was, it took a long time to get to where we are, and it's likely going to take us a long time to get there. And so we're trying to make incremental investment over the past 3 budget years, this year, and then into the future as well.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff on this one? Pardon?
Again?
Yep.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Freeman. And I wonder if you can, last week we had a conversation about pandemic pricing and how that's impacted construction costs, and Cassandra has alluded to inflation, et cetera. Can you, I know last week we heard from Commissioner Ormson that certain projects are coming in a little bit lower. And is there the potential that if that were to be the case, that's going to be, you know, have the effect of increasing infrastructure funding based on what our budget looks like today?
Through your Chair Freeman to Councillor Bodley. So the comments that Commissioner Ormson made last week about the pricing seeming to be coming in under budget, that is true, but we've only had 2 tenders come in at this point to fully judge it. We need a little bit more time. If this were to be a consistent feature that we would see of our tenders coming in, it's possible that the replacement costs for our assets could remain where they are today, or they could come down, but it's a little bit too premature in this particular fiscal year to be able to say for sure and give great confidence on where we're going to go. So I would recommend that we don't go down that path at this point until we have more information.
Mayor McCabe, did you still want to speak to this? Okay, I just want to seek some clarity from Mr. Ormston. We have not looked at doing infrastructure renewal as business as usual. We have already been looking at this through climate resiliency mitigation and adaptation for at least the last 5 years. Is that not correct?
Through you, Chair Freeman. That is essentially correct. We've been using, without getting into the details, we've been using advanced modeling. We've hired a modeler to look at our hydraulics and stormwater management systems. We're using other advanced techniques and tools. But to Councillor Wright's point, I think we'd like to do more. And when we have these precious dollars in hand, that allows us to certainly tackle that without falling behind.
Thank you. I did want to speak to this item. Excuse me. I'm not comfortable supporting this at this time. I think that we are building capacity through our operating budget at a rate that is respectful of the fact that if we look at our taxation rate in light of all of the other things that we're trying to balance, so I'm going to talk about affordability of housing, and that you have individuals in our community that live on fixed incomes, and that the tax base is entirely regressive. And when we look at that and say, are those individuals going to be able to stay in their houses if we keep increasing this number? And I worry about that. And so for me, an extra 0.5% is not in my comfort level on this one. So I just wanted to share that openly. This has been moved and seconded. I will call the vote. So all those in favor? All those contrary minded? And that doesn't carry. Now, if I've done my math right, and maybe I should have taken the advice of Mr. Bodley, Councillor Bodley at the beginning, going one by one, I actually think we have spoken to all the menu items except for the ones that would see reductions. Sorry, what was what we spoke about? Which one did we not speak about? So M5.
I'm sorry.
No, it's good. Okay. Thank you. I did not do my math right.
This is the last one I want to speak to. I'm curious if you could provide me with a bit more information about, does this have any implications for cybersecurity considerations?
Through you, Chair Freeman, to Councillor Vasic. So just to confirm, we're talking about M9, and this is the Microsoft licenses, or are we talking about M5, the core share accounts?
Core share accounts, yeah.
I'm just making sure that Councillor Vasic is...
No, I'm talking about M9. Yeah, thank you. I think, right? That's the, everyone gets an email address.
Correct.
I'm talking about M9. Thank you.
Okay, so M9, I can start off, and then perhaps our Director of IMTS, Max Min, if he wants to weigh in too, feel free, Max. But currently there are approximately 120 some odd staff that do not have an email address and that have workarounds associated with being able to access internal applications. And that's due to the nature of their job and not having a computer to do their work. And so the ability for employee engagement on an ongoing basis with those staff is difficult in order to be able to communicate with those staff regularly. And certainly the workarounds that are in place are through personal emails, which we would prefer to, address in a more corporate way to ensure that they have a city issued email address, and that hits on sort of that cybersecurity side of things. So for a variety of reasons, from employee engagement to the cybersecurity side of things, this would be really helpful for all staff to have access to regular communications within the city that they of course work for in the organization.
Thank you. What would the level of cybersecurity? I do have an employee engagement question, but what would the level of cybersecurity risk be if if not everyone has a Waterloo address?
I'm definitely going to refer that to our Director of IT.
Yeah, ideally, our infrastructure is based on authentication to the Active Directory. And since those full-time staff, they do not have an Active Directory account, the only way we can get around to give them access to their pay stub or the applications will carry on their work is allow them to register a personal Gmail account. So we authenticate through that. Not always, because those services are posted to external through the firewall, there always an opportunity that security will be breached. Compare with the Active Directory with this enterprise level security. So the personal email is less secure.
And would that put the whole organization at risk? Would it put residents' information at risk, like through getting tax information, for example? I'm just trying to understand, particularly mindfully right now, because the school board had such a breach, and that made very public news and made many people quite concerned. Reduced trust in a level of government. And I think we're at a time of pretty high, or a reduction in trust in government. So I'm trying to assess the level of risk to say, like, how fast do we need to move on this? Or is this something we should be putting off? Like, ultimately, you want everyone to have a Waterloo address. So it's just a matter of when. So how much longer should we be taking the risk for? And what is the extent of the risk? Who would be impacted?
Yeah, so, through your Chair Freeman to Councillor Vasic, this is a very good point. Security lies on the shortest. So just give you an example. In the year 2022, our cyber safety level score between 497 and 803 out of 900. Last year, each of our public-facing applications received 243,000 malicious requests on average. And we have 13 of those kind of applications. And on top of that, there were another 1,480 internal threats investigated. So just in January this year, 725,000 emails were delivered to our users. 2,000 of those emails have malicious links, and 290 of those emails have harmful attachment. So we spent a fair amount of effort building the firewalls, cyber threat detection and response systems. Now we have the clear visual on the issues of external and internal network issues or applications, patching cadence, malware, dark web, data breach. And we need to make sure that each aspect of our security measures are up to the standard. And just give you some latest cybersecurity statistics. 95% of the cybersecurity breach are caused by human error. 43% of all breaches are insider threats. 30% of data breach involve internal actors. And on average, a company falls into a victim of a ransomware attack every 11 seconds. And the average cost of a ransom recovery is nearly $2 million. So I understand that at this point, maybe this 121 full-time staff do not have email. It's not a very high-level security threat. However, any piece of those information will help. Any piece of those progress will help the overall security.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And in your response made me wonder if there's any freedom of information risks by having people use their personal email addresses. Would you be able to speak to that, Julie?
Sure, through the chair to Councillor Vasic. The rules around freedom of information and protection of privacy extend when an employee is using their personal account for employment purposes. So it certainly complicates our role when we're requesting records, because we would have to receive access to an employee's personal email account. And additionally, I think we would have some concerns about personal information being stored
in a solution that is not a corporate solution, particularly when many of these open source email accounts come with them certain authorizations where the user authorizes the ownership of that information to then be the service provider, whoever that is, whether that's Gmail or anyone else. So it is incredibly risky from a freedom of information and privacy perspective, from our perspective.
Okay, thank you. So obviously there's liability considerations. Are there fiscal considerations of that as well?
Yes, I think, and I think Max was speaking a little bit to the authentication that is involved with a corporate enterprise solution versus any personal open source solution that's being used. So there's a potential, the access potential, we don't control those variables when a personal email is being used. Does that answer your question?
I guess what I'm wondering about is is there a financial impact to having to do the extra freedom of information work at the staff level if it's through personal emails, or is it the same level of work if it's through personal or enterprise emails?
Through the chair to Councillor Vasic, no, that definitely would duplicate the amount of effort required. So it would duplicate the effort on behalf of our division, and it creates a fair number of unknown variables.
Okay, thanks. And then my question about the employee engagement is, one factor is, thinking about people right now, generally people seem really unhappy at work. I'm not speaking specifically to the city of Waterloo, but in the world. And so a piece of this, it sounds like, is to keep people feeling valued by being a Waterloo employee rather than distancing themselves from the organization, because we want to keep good people. So there is the employee engagement survey that's coming forward in 2024. So I guess I'm wondering should this be a question for that survey? Do we already know if people want that to feel valued, or do people actually like having a little distance? And I don't know. So curious if it can be deferred and that's a question on the survey, or if we already know that information.
I think maybe we'll ask HR, might want to chime in on this answer.
Through you, Chair Freeman, Kathy's here. But I will just start out with saying that we have not heard in the past that we communicate with employees too much. So that definitely is not what we're hearing, but I'll defer to Kathy to provide a bit more.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Freeman. We did do a survey with the YMCA Workwell Group in 2021, assisting people through what was a tumultuous new time for us. And the information that we gathered, there were 3 areas that were identified. One of them was communication, to have that connection to the work environment. When we did see those results, I remember clearly that Mr. Anderson commented on that time, that's not new information. Like, that's what we've heard all the time, that we ask employees, what is it that we can do? What is it that we can offer? What would make you feel more connected? It comes back to that connection to the communication piece. And because we do so much communication via email, all staff emails through Jostle, even the changes in the things that we do with respect to time entry and time and attendance, we can't offer that if we don't have this platform to engage those employees. So I think that we already know that they want the extra communication, and it would be great to get this and get it implemented and then sort of test it in that employee engagement survey in 2024. Are we doing this right? Is this the right way to communicate to you? Because we know that will be something, like I said, it's communicate, like real estate is location.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. Do other people have questions, or?
Are you putting it on the table?
Yes.
Okay.
And for 2 reasons. One is the cybersecurity risk and how absolutely awful that was. And 2 is I do think we are in a bit of an employment, crisis is a bit maybe sensational, but, an challenging time with employment. And so for employee retention and attraction, I think that it's important that people feel like valued members of the organization.
Is there a seconder for that? Are you seconding that? Okay, so that puts it on the table. Is there any more discussion on this? All in favor? There's actually 4 of us. I am in favor of this one. And those contrary minded? Are you voting on this, Councillor Rowe? Yeah. You can abstain if you don't have enough information. Yeah. That means the vote is 4-4, 3 against with 1 abstention, so it does carry. I am right, clerk? Because
No, an abstention counts as a negative. So it's a tie vote, it fails.
it's a tie vote, so it fails.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Sorry, I thought that an abstention didn't count in a vote, so there you go. Mayor McCabe, was you wanted to put another menu item on the table?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm just wondering if we could go back to the climate change and sustainability contributions, which are at M4.
Well, I mean,
Is that
if we
possible, or-
do that, then we're going to be going back on everything. Like, I mean, we did have a discussion about it. And I mean, I'll look to the will of council. Do we want to revisit menu items that we've already talked about? By a show of hands, who would like to revisit menu items that we've already talked about?
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, sorry. There'll be other opportunities. The only menu item I think that we haven't spoken about, if I'm right, is M5. Does anyone want to bring M5 to the table? Okay. Is there any other of the menu items associated with reductions that anyone would like to bring forward? Councillor Hanmer.
Thank you. I'd just like a question, and I appreciate staff putting it forward. It's if I'm understanding correctly, there's a potential for 3 positions if we approved all 3. And so just curious what the process might be if we did say, yes, we need to include these 3 items in our discussions. And I'm not quite sure who to direct that one to because they're all different
Philippa, did you want to answer that?
positions.
Yes, I can start this off through you, Chair Freeman, to Councillor Hanmer. That's a very good question. And so what staff recommend are that if council chooses to activate any of those 3, that they would refer that back to the administration and specifically CMT to review what that could look like and then bring back recommendations on that front to council at a future date. And so it would allow the balance of the budget to proceed, but knowing that there would be a review of a reduction of 1 to 3 positions that would come back to council for ultimate decision later.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. I'm not suggesting putting them on the table at this point. It is a reduction piece, and we do have more items to continue going through. So I'm not quite sure what our process would be if we need to come back and look at when we see what the final tax percentage ends up being and we want to do something different.
Yeah, we can do that. So we can say that we're done with this discussion for now, continue on with the balance of the agenda. And then if we would like to come back and consider some of these reductions towards the end because we see a change in the approved percent increase and we're not comfortable with that, then we can come back to it. Is that fair, council? Okay. So thank you for that question.
Thank you.
Was there anything else you
No,
wanted?
I appreciate having that option that we may be able to come back.
So I'll look to clerks to prompt and remind me, or staff to prompt and remind me. So are we ready? Are we ready to move on to the enterprise budgets? Yep. Okay. So we're at city utilities, and we're at the base budget request. So the first one is base budget funding. There's 3 requests associated with water, wastewater, and stormwater. They're on your screen. Did anyone want to discuss or ask questions around any of these pieces? We did get the stormwater utilities report provided to us at an earlier date where we were given opportunities to speak to these as well. So seeing no questions, may I have a mover for the three? Moved by Councillor Bodley, seconded by Councillor Hanmer. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. On the base budget requests that are committed, so these are the wholesale rates that we pay to the region, and I don't think, even though we may or may not like them, I don't think we can fight them. So there's two requests here. Well, I guess we can always have conversation around it. Did anyone have any further conversation around these ones? Seeing none, may I ask for a mover of these two requests? Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Bodley. All in favor? That's carried unanimously. We're on to recommended base budget requests. So there's 6 requests here. They're on your screen: B47, 48, 49, 50, 51, and 52. Did anyone have questions on any of these requests? Seeing none, may I ask for a mover of these 6 requests? Councillor Vasek, seconded by Councillor Wright. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. The next, we're on to operating impacts of capital and growth requests. Now, I'm going to take, just looking if this is where we want to, Councillor Bodley reminded me that he had a couple of questions as it relates to the discussion papers in the budget documents. And so I'm just wondering if now is the appropriate time to allow for those questions to be asked, or I'm looking to Philippa to see if there's a better break in the process by which to ask those. Because I'm thinking we could finish the operating impacts of capital and growth requests, and then before we go into the next enterprise, which is building standard, we could do it there, or we could finish the enterprise requests and then do it. Okay, so let's finish the enterprise requests and then we'll do it. So let's continue. This is still, we're within the enterprise right now as it relates to IPPW and city utilities, I should say. So the next one is operating impacts of capital and growth. There are 6 requested, and they're G3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Again, still related to city utilities. Is there any questions on these? It's always so exciting to see a Vector truck. May I have a mover for this? Councillor Rowe, seconded by Councillor Bodley. All in favor? That is carried unanimously. There's one request as it relates to operating impacts of capital and growth. It's an inflationary increase in the city utility. Again, this was brought to us under a separate document several weeks ago. Any questions on that? May I ask for a mover? Moved by Councillor Hanmer, seconded by Councillor Vasek. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Okay, now we're into the next enterprise, being building standards, cemetery services, comprehensive building licenses, parking, and rental housing. So the first set of is a base budget funding request. There's 2 requests here. Items B38 and B39. Any questions, Council? Seeing none, may I ask for a mover? Councillor Roach, seconded by Councillor Vasek. All those in favor? It's carried unanimously. The recommended base budget request, there's 2: cemetery contract resources and the rental housing program expense and revenue adjustment. Any questions on these 2 pieces, Council? Seeing none, may I ask for a mover? Councillor Bodley, seconded by Councillor Wright. All those in favor? It's carried unanimously. Operating impacts of capital and growth, there's two recommended requests, G9 and G10. Is there any questions on either of these items? No? May I ask for a mover? Councillor Hanmer, seconded by Councillor Bodley. All in favor? That is carried unanimously. Okay, so now we're starting the capital budget. How are people feeling in terms of their, I see Philippa pointing at me.
Sorry, Chair Freeman. I think this might be a good time to have the discussion paper conversation. If council
Yeah,
wishes.
I was, that's where I was headed, but I also wanted to see how people are feeling and if we can continue to sit for maybe another 30 minutes. Does that make sense? Are people comfortable with that? Do they need another 5-minute break? You want a 5-minute break? Can we try to keep it tight to just about 5 minutes? Because we're making good progress, but yeah, it's a leg stretch. All right, I'm moving into hot caffeine. That means the shakes are coming back. I do want to thank everyone for their continued attention today and dedication to these conversations. No disrespect to you, Mayor, for not wanting to bring back those menu items. I'm confident that they'll be funded for this year and that we're going to see them back in the 3-year budget. So at this point, just before we start the work on the capital budget, I think it is worthwhile to take a pause. And if there are questions on the discussion papers, and I believe there are 4, this is a good time to ask those questions. So Councillor Bodley, I'll turn to you. You had a question on one of the discussion papers.
Excuse me. Yes, thank you, Chair Freeman, through you. My question was around discussion paper 1, transformational change at city buildings, and noting that there are a number of capital projects that are listed there. The idea that we're looking at moving away from a like-for-like strategy, and that to tie back to some of the previous conversations we had, current infrastructure funding levels won't help us achieve our objectives. And so I note in the discussion paper that there is conversation around issuing debt related to how we're going to potentially look at achieving some of the transformational change in the future. And I'm curious whether staff have initiated or started thinking about conversations around capital projects that may have energy cost-saving paybacks, and the idea of potentially issuing debt on those portions that gets paid back from the energy savings. Particularly noting that here at the city, we may have the ability, unlike some businesses, to look at sort of a longer horizon for the paybacks on those energy costs. So I'm hoping that we can have. I'm hoping you can provide me some feedback or discussion around that.
Yes, absolutely. So through you, Chair Freeman and Councillor Bodley. So yeah, thanks for the question. I think maybe just to take a step back and talk about the purpose of the paper, as you sort of alluded to. For years and years, municipalities, ours included, has really been going down a path of like-for-like replacement. That's essentially, whether we know it or not, that's sort of the path that we go down. So a good example of that is at a building like Rim Park, we've got a couple dozen rooftop units. So with this trickling of funding that comes in, you basically are just replacing them as they fail, but you still have a natural gas burning heating system for that building fundamentally. So what we're talking about here with the paper is basically to hit some of our greenhouse gas targets that I think are very achievable if we go about our projects in a different way. So really bundling of all of those 24 rooftop units into one project where you can start to look at air source heat pumps, geothermal fields that would connect to it. And so that's really, for me, the way that we have to move fundamentally specifically with our recreation facilities, getting away from a like-for-like to more transformative projects, specifically on the building systems. But of course, those projects are not cheap, as we note. In the paper, we present a concept for Rim Park on the order of $30 million. And so that's a significant investment, especially in the context of what we're here to discuss today. So you bring up some excellent points around debt and investing in projects that have a payback, and that's definitely something we're looking at with our energy program manager, Scott Prevost, and Brad Witzel and his financial team. We've had conversations around that, and I think that's one aspect. Debt is one, investing in these projects, like you say, is another. Looking at strategic partnerships with other organizations which may have an interest in funding the renewable aspect of these projects, which tend to be very expensive. So there's several levers, I would say, but the one you've identified is certainly one we're aware of and working through, and hope to bring some information to council in the future on.
Thank you very much. Did anyone else have questions on any of the other discussion papers? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move into the very exciting capital budget aspects of the budget. Now, we will be doing this work one item at a time because staff will be filling in the numbers for us as we go. So we really did the heavy lifting on this item at our last council meeting, where we considered whether projects were routine or non-routine. And we will be leaning into the work that we did on that today. The my hope is that we're not looking to change any of those, because to do so would require reconsideration of the work that we had done at that previous meeting, which would be a fair bit of motion work. Now, if somebody does feel the need to pull something entirely, like zero it out, now is the time to do that. So we're going to go department by department. So the first is the capital budget request for the CAO's office. And so under the routine projects, we can see the number there. It's 2.637. Is that correct, Brad? We'll get the actual number put in for this one.
2,637,000.
Right. And can we do them together? Can we put in the routine and non-routine together? So we'll do, if we can add in the non-routine number, which is
5,903,000.
right. So council, I'm suggesting we approve those together under the CAO's office. Is there any question for the CAO's office? Seeing none, may I ask for a mover? Moved by Councillor Hanmer, seconded by Councillor Rowe. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. We're now moving on to community services capital budget requests. And just as a reminder, your capital budget pages are 16 to 22 if you're looking for these again. So if I can get staff to please fill in the two lines for this one, please.
Routine, 12,838,000. Non-routine, 12,253,000.
Are there any questions, council? Councillor Bodley.
Thank you, through you, Chair Freeman. I have a question about two of the items in community services. One is the West Side Recreation Facility, which is two capital projects, number 211 and 204. It's a question and a comment. So I am just commenting that I am noting that these are moving back, and that these were originally scheduled to be in earlier years. I understand that there are significant budget pressures and other challenges related to DC funding going forward that we may need to consider, but I just wanted to highlight how extraordinarily important this project is for the West End as we are considering this in future budgets. And I would like some clarification about how 211, which is the needs assessment piece, how that ties into the forthcoming recreation master plan as well.
Through the chair,
Yep,
yes.
Commissioner Dykstra.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Bodley. Thanks for bringing those forward. So the item that speaks to the feasibility study, as noted in 2027, really gets into some functional design, some real implementation that then connects to some schematics that help support the construction project in line 204. With the recreation master plan for 2024, definitely that'll provide cues to inform uses in that facility. Where are the needs in the community across the city, specific to the ward you represent as well, and looking at the range of interest from the community, the diversity as well. So definitely the master plan will inform, and then when we get closer to the build time, we will get more detail that support the construction implementation. And noting your comment about timing, and our division department will work hard to manage that.
Did you have a follow-up?
On another item. And thank you for that, Commissioner Dykstra, though. And through you, Chair Freeman, my other question is about capital budget item 314. Which is, excuse me, the Indigenous gathering space. And I was sort of bouncing back and forth between whether this would be for the CAO or for yourself, Mark, but that's you today anyways. So I'm hoping that you might be able to provide some feedback for council about how the Indigenous Initiatives Anti-Racism, Accessibility, and Equity team is going to be woven into this project, and what the engagement process for that looks like with the Indigenous community.
Yes, through the chair to councillor and all of council. Yeah, again, a number of divisions involved with that, not just community services, but CAO's office, Indigenous Initiatives, Anti-Racism, and Accessibility and Equity team are involved. So they're involved now. So the project is within parks because it was the consideration of the space where that gathering place could be located. So that's the starting point, but definitely through the regional reconciliation plan work, both Jim Bowman, Sanjay Govindaraj is involved with that, and their team members, and they're doing work there to understand what is the need, what is the interest. And as well, Indigenous advocate Brian Hill, he's reaching out to divisions in planning, and to understand too what this could look like as well from other city spaces. So a good conversation occurring within the city and as well across the community as well.
Any other questions of clarification? Any other questions, council, for this? For the commissioner? Okay, may I have a mover for this? Moved by Councillor Hanmer, seconded by Mayor McCabe. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. We're on to capital budget request for corporate services. May I ask for the numbers, please?
Routine, $5,606,000. Non-routine, $6,658,000.
Council, any questions of clarification for Philippa and her team? Seeing none, may I ask for a mover? Moved by Councillor Vasek, seconded by Councillor Rowe. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. So we're now on to the capital budget request for integrated planning and public works. On your sheet, you see some highlighted ones because you'll recall that those were brought to our attention during the routine and non-routine conversations. And they had been recategorized into routine. So with that being said, may I ask for the numbers for these ones?
Routine, $30,910,000. Non-routine, $20,913,000.
Thank you. Any questions of clarification for Mr. Ormson and his team, council? Seeing none? Oh, sorry, Councillor Bodley, yeah?
I was trying to give others a chance to go first, sorry. I have a question about capital project number 530. Two questions. One on capital project 530, which is new stormwater management pond facilities, and trying to get an understanding. I know in our previous, in the stormwater master plan that was approved by council previously, there was a sort of 10-year horizon for these new facilities. And in the project, there are it is suggested that there are 3 high priority ones versus 6 others. And I'm wondering if we could highlight which, if those high priority locations have been identified already, and to maybe speak to how these have been pushed to where they are, and if we feel comfortable with the timing with when they're been pushed out to.
So I see Director Reyes here. Welcome, Francis, if you'd like to respond.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Chair, to Councillor Bodley. Great question. So those 3 priority projects have been identified. And just to clarify that they are identified as high priority projects. However, they are enhancements. They are not projects that are imminent. It really stems from as part of the master plan, it's been identified that about 30% of the city currently has some form of quality or quantity control, and the rest of the city do not. So the projects highlighted there are really enhancements. And to answer your second question, with respect to the budget not being available till towards the end of the 10-year capital forecast, the main reason for that is due to the swim reserves. In discussions with finance, we're in a bit of a difficulty trying to obviously there's ongoing maintenance repairs that's required on a yearly basis, and at this point, based on the current model, we're not going to have available funding until 2029.
Any follow-up?
Nope, just another question on another item.
Okay. For Francis as well?
No, thank you, Francis.
Okay, thank you.
Through you, Chair Freeman, my last question here is on number 591, which is my favorite topic, the West Side Amphitheater. I just want to highlight publicly that the capital sheet speaks to the fact that there was an approved concept from council in 2002. And I kind of think maybe that should have like an exclamation mark and some other things for how long ago that is. I just wanted to highlight that I believe that a new concept is necessary, including some public engagement with the community. I would note that in 2002 there was no community when that was approved, and so now I think given when we're looking at this, I would hope that that's going to be reflected in future capital sheets, that there's going to be a significant public engagement component to this project when it does come forward.
Commissioner, did you want to speak to that?
Thank you, Chair Freeman. Through you to Councillor Bodley. Yes, a lot of time has elapsed since the original study was done. Councillor, I would highlight the word concept. I think at this stage of the game, given as per your observations, this is over a decade in the works. There are draft plan conditions associated with Vista Hills plan of subdivision that if council wants more detail, we could ask Mr. Cotter to provide them this afternoon. But it's fair to say that I think staff would want to make sure that we have a design that it meets with council's wishes, and certainly those of the community who are now present and weren't back in 2002. So your point's well taken.
Was there any other questions? Any other questions, council, for Mr. Ormson and his team? Seeing none, may I ask for a mover? Moved by Councillor Bodley, seconded by Councillor Wright. All those in favor? Mayor McCabe? Sorry, I didn't see your hand. It's carried unanimously. Capital budget request, Waterloo Public Library. There are no non-routine projects, they're just routine projects. If you'd like, please fill us in on that number, staff.
839,000.
Is there any clarification that council is seeking on the library? Seeing none, may I ask for a mover? Moved by Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Rowe. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. We're on to the capital forecast. So these are items that are in the forecast 2024 to 32. And I think it's easiest to go one by one for these ones as opposed to doing them as a bulk, because we need the numbers put in here. So you'll see the capital forecast there for the CAO's department. If you'd like to share that, please, staff.
24,282,000.
Is there any questions on the capital forecast? Does anyone want to move anything further into the capital forecast? Seeing none, may I ask for a mover? Moved by Councillor Hanmer, seconded by Mayor McCabe. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. We're on to the community services forecast.
124,119,000.
So Councillor Bodley has outlined a few things that are in the capital forecast on this one, and we've spoken to them. Was there any other questions, or did you want to move anything around? Okay. May I ask for a mover? Moved by Councillor Hanmer, seconded by Councillor Roach. All those in favor? It's carried unanimously. And we're on to the corporate services.
50,540,000.
Again, on the forecast, any questions of clarification? May I ask for a mover? Moved by Councillor Vasek, seconded by Councillor Bodley. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. And on to integrated planning and public works. And again, I'll point out that some questions have been asked around this forecast. May I trouble you for the number, please?
545,570,000.
Council, may I ask for a mover? Moved by Councillor Roach, seconded by Councillor Bodley. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. The Waterloo Public Library. So we have the forecasted budget there. Would you like to share that number, please?
6,210,000.
Any questions on the forecast for the library? Seeing none, may I ask for a mover? Moved by Councillor Rowe, seconded by Councillor Wright. All those in favor? It's carried unanimously. And now for the giant number, the 2023 capital budget and the 2024 to 2032 capital forecast. There's our two numbers. If you'd like to share those, please.
That the 2023 capital budget of 98,557,000 be approved, and further that council approve in principle the 24 to 2032 capital forecast total 750,721,000.
Thank you. May I ask if there's any questions? May I ask for a mover? Who wants to do the big numbers? Moved by Councillor Vasek, seconded by, oh, look at all the hands on the right-hand side. We'll give it to Councillor Roach. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. So now, Council, we're on to debenture funding. There are 5 requests. My recommendation is we take them together as all 5. Does anyone have any questions on any of these items that they would like additional information on? Seeing none, may I ask for a mover? Moved by Councillor Bodley, seconded by Councillor Hanmer. All those in favor? Debenture away, my friends. That is carried unanimously. It's getting fun. All right, that brings us to the section where we will now be approving the 2023 operating budget. And I'm going to pause here because Councillor Hanmer had said that she would like, again, to see the percent tax increase, to see whether we would like to reconsider any of the menu items that could reduce that tax increase. So if we can move this screen back to where we were. Thank you. So this is where we find ourselves. Council is a tax increase of 5.45% and a total property tax levy. Staff, can you please provide that number? I think it's that 92 million, right? 656, 663.
Yeah, that's correct.
So, is there reductions to that number that we feel that we need to bring forward at this time, or are we prepared to move this motion? Well, I'll ask for a mover. Sorry. Sure. Yeah, of course.
And I'm not saying I have one, but is it only reductions we can look at this point?
Well, yes, it's only reductions that we're looking at this point.
Just clarifying.
Mm-hmm. It's just because those are the items we haven't actually considered thus far, which is M12, 13, 14, and 15. I know that you're still trying to reconsider the Climate Action Reserve Fund annual contribution. And the nice thing is we know it's going to be funded somehow this way because that's what Sandy told us. And we're going to have to find a permanent funding source for this. And that falls on us as a council to figure that out. May I ask, do we have a mover for that? Moved by Councillor Bodley, seconded? Seconded by Councillor Roach. All right, are we prepared to vote on this? Oh, no, sorry. My apologies. I promised to come back to the discussion on the reduction. I didn't see anyone asking to put any of the reduction menu items on the table, so I appreciate the clarification. So that means that the recommendation that I'm asking council to approve will read that the 2023 operating budget be approved with an average property tax increase of 5.45% over 2022, and is that not over 2023?
No, it's reads over 2022 as in comparison to the last
okay,
budget.
right, yeah. Understood. And a total property tax levy of $92,656,663. That's the recommendation. It's moved by Councillor Bodley. And do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Roach. All those in favor? Congratulations, Council. You have approved a budget. And we are not done for the day. We have a bit more work to do, but you have certainly done a lot of the heavy lifting for today. And so thank you very, very much. The next item of business is a new business item related to a donation to Turkey and Syria earthquake response. And the first aspect of this is to ask for a notice of motion to waive notice. So that's moved by Councillor Hanmer and Councillor Vasek. All those in favor? That's carried. And so, Mayor, I'm going to move it over to you to bring forth this motion.
Thank you very much, Chair Freeman, and thank you again for chairing mine and three others around this Horseshoe's first budget so efficiently, and thank you to all of council for your work and certainly to staff. So with respect to this new business, this motion that's on the table, yes, this is, sorry, I feel a little emotional about it. I have friends who live locally who are originally from Syria, and a family that we helped support a few years ago who arrived as refugees who are suffering greatly, knowing that some of their loved ones are suffering greatly in Syria. So, and we know that, I guess it's about a week ago that this devastating earthquake hit on the border of Syria and Turkey, and I think the total that have died so far is at about 25,000 and rising, and there's many, many hundreds more injured, and much work to be done in terms of digging out and the recovery effort. And I think because Waterloo has had a history of supporting and working together with people in our community who, our community's changing continually. We have people who have arrived from, as I said, friends of mine who are here from Syria and others from Turkey and around the globe. We're an international and we're an interconnected community. And because of that, I feel that I would like to see the city make a donation to support the recovery effort, and should you approve the $10,000, $5,000 each for Syria and Turkey, this would be matched by the federal government's fund and would go to the Canadian Red Cross is the motion that's on the table. In addition to this, the city, I've been working over the last couple of days with Tim Anderson, who isn't able to be here, but in his absence, Mark Dykstra, to work with one of our local residents who is organizing the donation effort to also provide space for some of the donations that are being collected to be stored, as well as a truck and a driver to help move those donations when they are packed to the GTA to a plane that will be waiting. So I'm hoping that you'll support this motion to provide some funding to support the ongoing humanitarian crisis for people, as we know, who are suffering greatly in both Syria and Turkey. So that's the motion. I don't know if you want me to read it entirely.
Maybe if you could read it just for people online.
Sure.
And then I'll ask for a seconder. I'll trust that you're moving it and ask for a
I'll move it,
seconder.
Sure. So, donation to Turkey and Syria earthquake response. Whereas the significant ongoing humanitarian crisis after the devastating earthquakes in Turkey and Syria that began in the early hours of Monday, February 6, 2003, and whereas the federal government has committed to matching up to $10 million in donations to the Canadian Red Cross for relief efforts in Turkey and Syria, and whereas the City of Waterloo has a long history of working together as a community and providing assistance to organizations in times of crisis and need, now therefore be it resolved that $10,000 be funded from Council's Community Priority and Contingency Reserve to be donated to the Canadian Red Cross Fund to assist with earthquake relief efforts in Turkey and Syria. And I would just, before we vote, just note that Janae had said, I'm not sure if it's 100% confirmed, but there may be a fundraiser, as far as I understand, on Saturday at around 3 o'clock at the Kitchener Market. That's all the details I know about that. And that if people are able to donate, they are looking for unused items. And there's a list of things that they need that's circulating online. But if people have questions, they can certainly reach out to the Turkish Cultural and Folklore Society of Canada, who has that, or I have that information too. So that's the motion that's on the table, and I'm hoping that I'll have a seconder and support from council.
Councillor Bassick wanted to second it. Did you want to speak to it?
So this is something we typically do on council when there's a humanitarian crisis or a natural disaster. We contribute no matter kind of where it is. And so I also had this on mind and emailed the mayor about it as well. So I'm just really glad to be seeing it move forward. And like you said, our community is changing, and there are many people from Turkey and Syria who this is going to be a meaningful gesture that we're making. So I appreciate you bringing it forward, and I really value the opportunity to second it. Thank you.
Did anyone else want to comment on this one? I do. I mean, it was very powerful for my husband and I to see the images, because we, as many of you know, we just returned from Turkey less than a month ago. And the engineering and architecture that was susceptible to this earthquake exists everywhere outside of Istanbul. And so the building typology is the same. And it's scary because the country lives with earthquakes. It's all the time. And so I'm very thankful for our building code and both our national and provincial building codes that we have here in Canada, and how it is that our staff team play a leadership role in ensuring that buildings are constructed to that standard, and that builders are held accountable to those standards. And, I really fear that there'll be other devastating consequences in Syria and Turkey because of that building typology and the consistency by which it's been constructed elsewhere through the country. So it was very powerful to see. I support this motion, as you may imagine, and I pray that it doesn't happen again. So with that, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously.
Thank you. And I just note that someone just updated me that the number of deaths now is 36,000.
Yeah, it's overwhelming. We are on to item 14, council, enactment of bylaws. And they are, I don't need to read them, do I, Madam Clerk? So do I have a mover to enact the bylaws as written? Moved by Councillor Hanmer, seconded by Councillor Rowe. Councillor Bodley usually likes to enact bylaws, but I can see that he's otherwise, he would just like to vote on them today. So all of those in favor, that carries. And now we're at a really exciting part of the agenda where I'm going to look to a move to adjourn this meeting, a two-handed movement from Councillor Vasek. Do I have a seconder of that motion to adjourn? Councillor Bodley. Before I call the vote, Council, would you please join me in thanking staff for their heavy lifting? You know, over this past year, in addition to coming out of pandemic and preparing for us to return to council, staff have not only done all this budget work, but they've also run an election. And, you know, every time we have an election year, it is just an incredible amount of work for staff to bring forth a budget. And especially a budget that is being prepared in such incredibly difficult economic times. And so I think that we are very fortunate that we have the dedicated team that we do here at the City of Waterloo. So with that, I call the question on adjournment. All in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you very, very much.